morning, everybody. Ooh, I still have morning voice. How's everybody doing today? We got Laz, we got Blue, we got Aya, we got Killer. Everybody's coming in, hanging out on Rimworld Day. We're back out on the ice sheet. Nether's gonna put on his glasses, and we'll do a quick shout out for Killer, and I'll catch up with chat here in just a hot second. Killer Jam 25. We always shout out our friends who also stream here. Okay, what did I miss already? Well, stuff out of a few months back. Still on. Oh, thank you, Blue. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess it's exciting, right? Reno evictions are super common around here. I'm glad they are at least. Oh, okay. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm here. I'm a few minutes late. We are back on the ice sheet. We've got chimeras outside. We dealt with shamblers at the end of last stream. Oh, I have no idea what's going on. Nether, we finally got a moving date on the 27th. That's awesome. To be fair, we live attached to a still active church, so I needed to be done. Funny enough, they moved us into another church across town. Oh my god. I couldn't handle living next to a church. That just sounds like a nightmare. I mean, I guess depending on the church, right? I mean, if it's one of those quiet, sit and pray quietly things, that'd be fine. But a lot of churches are very big and grandiose, regardless of what religion they represent, and that's a lot of energy and noise for me when I want to sleep on a Sunday. God, I love Sundays. Well, I don't actually know if I love Sundays. I think I love just turning my brain off. If anybody tries to get in touch with me on Sundays, I apologize in advance and retroactively. Apparently on Sundays, I just cannot get my head awake. There's not enough caffeine in the entire world. I mean, I was around yesterday for a little bit, and I definitely played some Palia and some Magic, but God, I'm bad at answering messages and keeping up with things. But anyway, cheers, everybody. Coffee, Monday, chimeras. Let's go. Really good. Reverent? I was so scared that you actually were trying to type Revenant there, and I'm like, oh, Revenant is coming to kill us? That's a great way to start the day. Because I don't think we could actually survive that with these 4 colonists. Okay. Focus now there. What can we do? So I did the math real quick. We got about 6 days of pemmican, give or take. We've got 20 packets survival meals, 2 a day times so 8 a day. So that's another. We've got about half a season worth of food, and we're about a third of the way through winter. So there's that. Ooh. We've been micromanaging food to keep things under control. So. We're just going to keep doing that. I think we're pretty much going down the list. Tom, then Barb, then Julie, then Killer. Whoa. Main room temperature? 19 degrees. 19 degrees. They're sleeping in the cold. They're not happy about it. We don't really have enough of anything to deal with that. So it's a good thing everybody's wearing clothes that's good. Barb's gonna end up mental breaking. We're gonna have to arrest her or down her or something like that. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, minor break risk, of course. Yeah, because it's negative 74 out. God, I don't know how to deal with this. So, what do we have to accomplish? Barb just keeps getting arrested. Yep. I guess she likes being in handcuffs. What are we even doing? We're knocking out some more simple research because we can't afford the power to keep the advanced research on. I think we got a precision rifling last time. Did we do that? We did that, right? Yeah, so we've got precision rifling. We've got ground penetrating scanners. We don't have enough components or steel to make either of those things happen. We're most of the way through multi-analyzer. Something we definitely don't have the materials to make. Take out 4 roof tiles above 1 hydroponic basin and watch the temperature. 4 roof tiles above a hydroponic. Sure, why not? What else we got to do? 6 degrees, 7 degrees. Going down. Going down. 6 degrees. If it gets below 0, not worth turning on. But if the temperature stays up, you've got at least one small and slow source of food. 5, 4, 3, 5, 3. Hang on. Had to blow my nose for a second there. 2, 1. Yeah, we're yeah, we're 0. Yeah, that not gonna work. Not gonna work. What happens? What happens? What happens? We are very close to our next round of rituals. So there is that. There is that. We can definitely summon food if you leave it on, roof it at night, and unroof during the day when it's warm. Uber Eats, again, more micro, but it depends on your patience. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how the morning goes here. At the moment, nah. Later on, maybe. I think I don't know. I don't have answers for any of this. Killer. Oh, wait. I probably told Julie to eat too early. No? Yes? No? No, you're fine. You're good. 16 pemmican is perfect. Killer can wait a little while. Very low expectations. Am I done with research? I mean, I just have them reading to do something else. I mean, we're almost done with every simple research, even the ones we don't care about. I just have them researching to do something. I mean, might as well keep grinding their intellect up, right? Oh, there are rivers on some maps, Aya. I don't know if anybody ever uses watermills. Jesus, my nose sucks. I'm back. Research bench, tailor bench, and machining table. I mean, I could. I definitely could. I don't know. You guys know when you sleep on one side and that nostril just gets fucked up? Left nostril today. No air coming through that side. Let's take a look around the map to refresh ourselves. I'm pretty sure I know what's here because it hasn't changed. We got plasteel here. We got jade here. We got a little bit of sandstone there, which I'd like to get in. We've got uranium down here. I don't think we have anything anywhere else. That is just black goo. Sure, goo. Oh, we got one piece of silver and some slag chunks up here. Ears for you. Is there water on the map, or does the mill have to be in a? It has to be in a river. Tachyon. Hi, buddy. How you doing? What's up? You got shortchanged on living room time today. You got shortchanged. I am sorry, Appa. You want to come say hi to everybody, or you just want to scream at me from the floor? So we have 4 pawns now, which is crazy. It's absolute crazy sauce. It's also crazy sauce that Tom's only damage is a shattered nose. Barb is still a little beat up, but that might have been a good power. Right, yeah, absolutely. Barb is still beat up. Julie's got a bite scar. She came in with a bite scar. but she's been making real good use of that bolty. Killer has old gunshot on the left leg. So we got a whole group of people. We got our two youngest people are 41 years old. Barb is 66 and Tom is 49. I mean, nothing against older people because I'm an older people, but this is a very dangerous situation here. Pain is virtue. You know, I was watching Francis play with pain is virtue. I don't know that it's actually even worth it for what we're doing here. I think it might cause more problems than it creates, just because of their like the more extreme you get into it for the mood, the more scars they need. They need 5 scars to be happy when you have it on extreme. So I don't know. I don't know. Either way, we can't reform just yet. Anyway, we'll worry about that when we get there, which hopefully will be later today. So, I mean, basically, we've got these 4 chimeras, right? And we've been leaving them here as defense because, like, you know, if a raid comes or something like that, we've got chimeras to mess with it. We did have a shambler assault, which could have gone horrible because shambler assaults, they like to break through the walls, right? So we were able to deal with that because we have the 4 players. The way we dealt with it was some angles we repaired, and in other angles we held the door while we shot at them. Like these shamblers out here, they died because of the shambler AI being kind of wonky. It's kind of like, yeah. It's kind of like when you're dealing with tribal breachers. Such good juggling of those shamblers. Thank you, Aya. So breachers, especially tribal breachers, their AI can be their worst enemy. Like tribal breachers come at you, and they kind of like string themselves in like freaking mozzarella, because they want the breach axes up front. And I think the reason they do that, because, you know, pirate breachers do it to an extent too. You know, their grenadiers are going to be up in front and everything. And it makes sense from an AI standpoint when you think about it, right? Like if you've got breach axes up front and an army of bows behind you, and all the bows are trying to shoot the wall to break the wall, they're just going to kill their own people. So they can't do that. So they got to have the bows stand back. The other thing is, like, if they're too close, then that leaves them open for targets. Somebody pops out of a door, launches a doomsday right next to the wall, bing, bang, boom, raid's wiped. So, like, the AI makes sense, but because of that, you can game it. You can kind of just go outside during a tribal breach and just gun down the people out front with the breach axes. Then everybody's AI goes wonky, and the bows will start eventually attacking the wall, but sometimes they like legit just glitch out, stand there milling around until they get hungry and tired, and then just wander off. So shamblers, I think, have a similar AI thing going on. Like, if you look at the way they act, they will try to break through weak points in your walls, I think is how they're programmed, from like what I've seen and what I've heard watching other people play. So they're going to look for a weak point in the wall, which a lot of times is a door. Especially if you like go and open and then reclose the door, they're like, oh, hey, there's a door over here I should go and smash down. But they also don't want the shamblers to be so stupid that they get into a choke point, right? So if you open a door, like, you have a door closed, shambler's going to just pile up on the outside trying to smash through that door and come in and get you. You open and hold that door open, the shamblers go, ooh. They're smarter than breachers to a certain extent. They're like, ooh, there's an open hole right there. I think if we go in through there, we die, because, like, you're creating a choke point. If shamblers prioritize going through open doorways to path to colonists, you stand 3 melee pawns here with even decent, like, you know, basic armor, and like halfway decent like melee item. I mean, we could put 3 people here with a flak chest and thrumbo horns and probably take on an army of freaking shamblers coming in one at a time. So because they're not tanky, and you know they eventually do wind up just dying over time because of the way their lore is. You know, the a machine consciousness is controlling them, but their grasp on them is weak. Blah 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 blah. It's a trap. Yeah, so So if you open a door, like if you like step out just enough to get their attention to come towards you and get them off the aggro of the wall, and then you open the door, you can stand on the opposite side. Well, you have to like open and step into or through the doorway to get them to aggro over, but then you just take a step back, you're inside the door, all the shamblers are just shambling about here, and instead of assaulting like they were supposed to do, what they do is they stand there confused, like, well, if we go through the door, we die, but we're not supposed to be smart enough to know that and go and smash other shit, so I guess we'll just stand here. And that's how we were able to deal with the Shambler Assault. Shambler Assaults can be some of the most deadly things to deal with in Rimworld with Anomaly DLC. You would think it'd be something like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like Revenants and Chimeras and like all the other stuff in the games, they're kind of no joke, you know. It's like there's some pretty nasty stuff in this game with the DLC. But the reason Shamblers are so dangerous is because they're not humans, so they don't give up, right? Like, you get a bunch of breachers. Let's say you have, like, 80 breachers. They're going to go for one spot. They don't split breach rage. They do split Shambler Assault. So we had Shamblers coming from, like, 3 or 4 angles. You know, we had one smashing down here, one smashing over here. There's a few of them just smashing up on here, and then a few smashing over here. We had 4 angles that we had to deal with. Breachers don't do that. They go for one spot. And then also, if you kill, you know, I think it's like 51% of the breachers, or do like 51% of the total damage of their health to breachers, they break and leave. So, like, you got 80 breachers, you kill 40 of them, you know, then they start running off. Then you shoot a few in the back of the head on their way out, maybe capture a few people, get some organs, you know, get some tending practice. You get none of that with Shamblers. The Shamblers are like, no, they're like mechs in that regard. They're not going to give up. They're not there to, like, kidnap you or, well, I mean, they are there, like, no, they're not there to kidnap you. They're there to just kill you and eat your brains and turn you into Shamblers, you know, just freaking basically zombies. So, you know, the Raiders are there because they're like, hey, these guys have some good stuff. Let me go get some good stuff from over here. We'll kill them and we'll take all their stuff, or we'll kidnap them and then ransom them back or eat them or whatever the case may be. Often the most dangerous things are a whole lot of things that don't care how many may you mow down. Yes, exactly. So Shambler assaults come from multiple angles. They go until they either kill everything and then eventually, well, I guess they just keep going until they die of natural causes. It seems to be about 3 days is the average for Shamblers to just like, as long. And in that regard, they can be easy on a normal playthrough or a normal map, right? Like, if you can send your team out, like, if you've got, like, a bionic leg on a handful of people, you can send a team out and just kite them indefinitely. You know, like, let's say we had a vampire who had a bionic leg. With that assault, we could have sent out the vampire, shot at each group to aggro them, and kind of just, like hopscotched around the base a little bit till all of the Shamblers were aggroed and following the vampire. Now, if you jump, it breaks aggro, but, you know, strategic jumping keeps the distance, and then you just re-aggro them by shooting them again, whatever. And then you've got a vampire who can jump away from trouble if shit happens, who's got a bionic leg, so they're a little bit faster than everybody, and then you just play like Ring Around the Rosie. Just run around for 3 days. Give them some freaking go juice or wake up, or like, you know, have them trade places back and forth with somebody. Whatever the case may be, you could kite them forever on a normal map. And if you have good colonists. Why is your base so small? Is it lack of resources or a challenge maybe? Jack Nexus. We are on an ice sheet. Or not an ice sheet. Sea ice. Ice sheet is easier than sea ice. There is nothing. These meteors landed, and that's representative of all the resources. We have one tile of silver from a meteorite. We've got 7 slag chunks. We've got a little bit of plasteel, jade, and sandstone up here. That's it. I mean, these fens... Oh, there's a little bit of uranium down here. We were talking about that earlier. On sea ice, you don't get resources, and you can't drill for chunks. So we just went up to 4 people on Friday. We only had 2 colonists. We had 1 colonist for a long time, went up to 3, dealt with a mech raid, took some damages. One of them got one got kidnapped and died. Or died. Did they die off the map? I think they died the moment they got off map. I didn't even know that was possible because they were like 3 hours away from dying when the Itakines brought them off map. But if you look at our, I think we know them somehow. We're like, Hunter Rogers is dead. No, that's not. That's not a thing. Somehow we saw that they were dead. So you really can't support people. There's no way to grow food until you have full hydroponics set up. There's no geothermal power. So, and we don't have resources in general. So we've been just kind of gimping along. Like, we slowly but surely have gotten together enough steel to build. You start with enough steel where you can build a windmill and a battery, but then you have to research the battery, right? I mean, we're on the level where we're straight up just micromanaging meals. We don't let them eat until they're starving, basically, because that's how low we are on resources. I hesitated in bringing on new people, but we kind of needed new people. We're getting to that point where even the basic raids are big enough now. Plus, we've got Chimera on the map currently. We've got 1 up here and 3 down here. Like I was just talking about how last stream we had to deal with them simultaneously. I would love to have a big base. I'd love to have 30 pawns, but it's going to take an absolute lifetime to get there. No, I don't care about your distress signal, do I? View quest. Camp loot. Yeah, no. Those distress signals, that is like a flesh beast assault on an encampment somewhere, and they're not the hardest thing to deal with, especially if you have Manhunter Pulse on one of your colonists. But 4 colonists being trapped inside because of chimeras and cold and lack of food and subpar weapons, we're not in any type of position to be going to deal with off-map threats. Like I said, our biggest concern right now is micromanaging food. Usually, I've been playing a little bit faster on the 2s and 3s, but I am catching up to my brain this morning. I definitely did not sleep enough last night. I actually laid down kind of early. I was like, I'm feeling like I got anxious. I realized how tight my money is at the moment. Figured a few things out since then. But basically, I laid down early. I was like, I'm tired. I'm going to chill. I'm going to try and blah, blah, blah. About an hour and a half later, I was like, I got to get up. I got to do something. And I started doing all the stuff I've been meaning to do. Like, I've got a ton of music gear from back in my music production days. And little at a time, I've been posting it on Craigslist. But I had, a whole pile of stuff. And it's all small stuff, like microphones and preamps and shit like that. And I was like, you know what? I'm incapable of sleeping right now. I've already done what I wanted to do in my game for the day. Let me do some shit. And I got up, and for a few hours, I was just posting stuff nonstop. And I was like, all right, let me play a few rounds of Magic the Gathering Arena, because I haven't done my dailies in a couple of days. So did that. Wasn't very satisfying. I was going to go to bed, and then I was like, let me just check on my Palia build. Palia is a very cheesy, low-stress, grindy game, akin to Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. Very low stress, very much the opposite of Rimworld. Anyway, long story short, I was up extremely late last night, as has become the norm for Nether. I'm trying very hard to get my sleep schedule under control, but despite all the trying. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I need to get a little bit more coffee in me before I press that 2 and 3 button. So cheers, everybody. How the hell are you? We did manage to sneak out and grab a couple of wolves. We had a Manhunter event spawn. That Manhunter event... Oh, fresh. Okay, yeah, that's solid. Poop. Did we get any shards from any of this? All of this nonsense? We didn't. God, it's tempting to try and kill the Chimera just to see if we could get a shard. Not that we could feed a ghoul, but I'd love to have a ghoul for a melee blocker. Want to play a little bit of Palia? Yes, I do, Killer. Sorry I didn't see your message until late yesterday. Like I was just saying, Sundays have become an absolute nightmare for me. Not nightmare, but I keep pushing myself real hard during the week, and I haven't been able to sort out a normal sleep schedule. So Sundays have become like me just at this computer, just I think I was hanging out on the server for a while, and then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna chill, and I put on some videos while I was playing and working on my house, and like that's it. Like my brain just shut off to anything else. Like it was just like, here's some YouTube videos, here's my world. Don't worry about it. I kind of figured you were busy with personal stuff. Yeah, basically, like I keep telling everybody, like, yeah, I'm gonna hang out on Sundays and I'm gonna get a bunch of stuff. Animal migration, you know, we kind of need that animal migration. I think we might have to deal with these. We might have to deal with these chimera guys, because the fact that we're going to miss, like, we're not going to be able to do it in time to get this animal migration, but that would have been an absolute boon for our freaking freezer right now. God damn. I kind of want to keep them as defense, but I'm also kind of just feeling like Mech cluster. Alright, do we die? I gotta stop saying that shit. What do we got? Okay, so that's not bad at all. That's a small mech cluster. There's not even any major threat causer there. I mean, the Scorchers suck. But I mean, 2 turrets. Proximity activator. There's no shield. I mean, this has got to be a low Randy roll. Like, the mech cluster we got the last time was probably a high Randy roll, but that thing was... Oof. Alright. So, we're gonna do a quick little, like, let's draw the distance type of thing. So, you know, so we know where the edge of this whole situation is. I'm not going to do it all the way around, but just kind of at the side that's facing the base, so I don't accidentally send somebody out to do something. And I'm like, shit. No, honest, they're not gonna aggro until we wake them up. But yeah, what I was saying is, like, Sundays have, like, become my recovery day. I know streaming is not, like, an insanely difficult job or anything like that. It's a really fun job to have. And it's been moving in the right direction. You guys have been really supportive of my decision to just do this full time, so I think given enough time and a continued effort on my part and support of the community's part, I do still have the EMPs. We have EMPs and smoke launchers. Those are the things we need. I'd like to get a mortar up. A mortar or 2 would really help solidify our existence here. I'm gonna blow my nose again. Mortar would really solidify our existence, but it's not like we've got the chem fuel and components and barrels and shit to deal with that, so... Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. Chimeras can attack. Their attacks don't mean very much. So chimeras are a weird thing, right? We dealt with them a lot on our Anomaly playthrough. I mean, makes sense. We were in that playthrough for quite a while. I think it was 26 streams... No, 27 was the ending. So, 27 streams to go from 0 to the Anomaly ending, and we lost 3 colonies in that process. We didn't wind up going all the way until attempt number 4. So, that was an intense playthrough. So, I mean, I don't remember what it was. I think we started that colony on maybe, like, day 3 or 4, so, like... It took us 23 streams or so worth of playing in order to actually finish the Anomaly ending and DLC. I think we saw every event except the unnatural body. That's the only one we never got throughout the entire playthrough. On none of the attempts, we never got the unnatural body. We did not get a Revenant on our 4th attempt, which is the one that went all the way. So, like, it was a very odd conglomeration of events and, you know, whatever. But eventually we wound up getting through it. I am definitely afraid of some of the Anomaly stuff for this playthrough. If a Revenant attacks us right now, we're just dead. Because they just come in, put a colonist into a coma. I mean, we could, in theory... hunt it down, but I don't think we have the firepower, even if we hunt it down where it sleeps. And if it came on literally now, while we've got these chimera here, we just die. There's no There's no way we survive a Revenant attack right now, so that's dangerous. I absolutely hated the cube event. If you guys wanted my, like, you know, tier list of events for Anomaly, the cube event goes down on F minus. Put that thing down on Z. Fuck, it doesn't even deserve a letter. It can have a tilde or something like that. I hate the cube event. I think maybe if you're doing like a themed run where like your intention is to have a cube obsessed cult worshipping, you know, blah blah blah, maybe for story's sake. Portal Companion Cube would never. Oh yeah, Portal Companion Cube is the best. I love that guy. But I wasn't enjoying the cube event as it was going, and in addition to that, it really is easy to defeat. Like, again, I talk a lot about all different aspects of this game, so if you're not into spoilers, you know, say something and I'll try to avoid that topic. But I got to keep my mouth running while these people just sit inside reading papers and milling around. So, you know, what I think I might try to do is do some training. Yeah, Killer's got terrible shooting. So let's recruit Killer. And you just fire at Tom. I love how I was getting everyone into the cube addiction. Yeah, your pawn. So going back to it, like, it takes forever to study it. Even Francis John, like, he finally got the last event. He got the cube event, and he studied it reasonably quickly because he had an occultist with really high intellect, which affects how fast you can do stuff, right? As far as dark study research. But what was I trying to say? Sorry. But it still took him a while to get it done, even at that rate. He only had one other colonist. He had two colonists get interested in it. One of them fell into a coma before anything happened, before he got to deactivate it. And the other one he anesthetized beforehand, and then he deactivated the cube. You get a little bit of gold. I think he got 149 gold. The thing is if you don't want to study the cube, you just launch it off map. One of your colonists goes into a coma. So, like, it's easy to deal with. It's just, oh, okay, there's a cube, caravan, drop it off map, or transport pod, shoot it off map. Hell, if you send it to one of your allies, you'll get a couple of rep points for sending them the cube. They're like, oh, thank you for this marvelous cube. I really appreciate your donation to our cause. But I don't really feel like it does much of anything. It doesn't provide... I mean, I think there's a mood boost that your pawns get when they play with it and everything, but then they get so obsessed with it they literally get nothing else done. And it's just like, I don't feel like it really adds anything dramatically interesting to the mechanics of the game. Jesus, my eyeball is twitching. I gotta actually, like, not look at a screen at one point and sleep. Yeah, Cube Solution is yeet the thing. Which was the inclination I had when it first dropped. My first thought was leave it on the other side of the map, don't fuck with it. You know, Killer got interested in it because I think it's hard-coded that one pawn has to get interested at the moment it drops on map, so whatever. And from what I could tell after I looked a bunch of stuff up on it, basically, people will just gradually get addicted to it, even if you're not messing with it or don't have it, like, in plain sight or something. So at the end of the day, it's just like, if you want to deal with it, just ditch it the moment you get it. One of your colonists will go into a coma for like 2 or 3 days. I mean, it's very rare that a colony, by the time you have enough wealth and have triggered... Also, the cube event rarely triggers as just an event. Like, a lot of times you have to accept a quest. I don't even know if it's possible for it to just trigger as a random event. So you can pretty much avoid the cube happening to you. And even if you can't avoid the cube happening to you, most colonies can stand to be without a colonist for a day or two. Like, if you're playing on Cass or Phoebe, you could just wait. I did survive. Yes, I did. Welcome in, Sparta. How you doing? Could really suck if you get unlucky with which colonist gets comed on small power. Yeah, like if we were to get the cube right now, and I don't even know. I think Julie is our best defense. She's got a level 10 double passion. She's our shooting specialist. That would be really a pain in the ass if Julie went down, right? So, but it also kind of depends on your RNG. Like I was saying about, like, if you're playing against Cass or Phoebe, you could just game the schedule. Could really, which is why I shoved my vamp into their casket when they got cube fascination. Nope. What was the nope for? Anyway, so yeah, so let's say you're playing against Cass or Phoebe, right? We've talked about their cooldowns. Cass is going to hit you every 11 days. After the first raid, she's got, I think it's 4.6 days to hit you again. If she doesn't, she's already on cooldown, and you've got basically 6 free days of, like, guaranteed no major events. If that's the case, then you wait for Cass to be on cooldown. Jesus, hold on. I just realized they can't be asleep when you're shooting at them. We'll give Killer back the bow for a second. You can train shooting on your Colonist by shooting a standing allied target with a smoke launcher. I actually can't fucking breathe. Holy shit. This is terrible. How do I make this stop? If anybody's got any home remedies for having a whole freaking pack animal's worth of snot in your friggin' nostrils, please let me know, because this is not a comfortable situation. I feel like I'm sick, and I'm not sick. Okay, gotta go on mute so I can listen to 15 plus different eating SFX to find the right one. Ooh, that sounds intense. All right, Barb's at an 8 in shooting. Julie's at a 10. Killer's at a 5. Killer's researching. How are your other needs here, Killer? Let's do that and see what you do. You're still researching. I kind of feel like if you're awake, and other people are awake, you should be practicing shooting. You're kind of the low man in the pole. I love how our Colonist way of training shooting is just shoot at Tom. Like, Tom's an asshole. He keeps falling in love with the wrong people and breaking up with his ex because she's got a tentacle. It's like, Tom, you're missing a nose. You're 49. You live in the middle of the Arctic. Your ex-girlfriend was willing to give you a second chance, and you broke up with her because she's got a flesh tentacle. I mean, just seems like bad form, Tom. I mean, I'm pretty sure that tentacle could be a lot of fun in the right situations. So, anyway, keep it quiet for you. Enjoy the food symphony. Misophonia. Yes. I actually do have to, oh, I told Julie to eat, and then I stopped her from eating. Sorry, Julie. I thought you were Killer for a second there. Just put on a blindfold, Tom. Yeah, just put your head down and continue what you're doing. Stay calm and research on. Tom wants what's best. How is him being a jerk to his ex-girlfriend good for the colony? I don't know. And I know love is free and approved, but I think now he's upset for sleeping alone somewhere. Trapped underground. Oh, right. I was micromanaging that nonsense, too. Tom, the pawn, also dumped her after she saved his life from the flu. Right. Saved his life from a debilitating flu that could have killed him because we don't have, like, proper hospitals and medical facilities out here in the Arctic. And broke up with her. Yeah, he's kind of a jerk. I mean, he's carrying the colony. And I mean, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're getting into nonsense here, which is fantastic, but sure, why not? For completion's sake. Hasn't even hit his max progress progress for the day. All right, good job, Killer. Let's get you a snack and a nap, then you can go back to shooting your smoke launcher. Actually, who else is around? I guess we could swap between Killer and Barb doing shooting practice. Julie and Tom are pretty well set on their nonsense. Let's leave Julie alone. I wanna give her food. Fastest pawn? Now that's a good question. 4.6 on Tom. He's probably the fastest. 4.23. 4.6 on Julie. 4.45. So either Tom or Julie. Julie being the shooting specialist, Tom being our first pawn. Why? What are you thinking? Marriage is on. Tom proposed a lifelong commitment to Julie. God damn it, Tom. Killer and Julie hook up. I put Killer and Julie in a bed, even have a horribly botched vasectomy on Killer. Somehow he doesn't get any permanent damage from the bad surgery. Doesn't get any scarring. Well, that he didn't already have. Comes out of it okay. I get them together. 5 minutes later, Tom and Julie are hooking up. Barb's over here like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, okay, cool. So now Tom is going to be married to Julie. They're both, like, Julie's going to be fine with it because she's sleeping in bed with Killer, so she's not going to get the sleeping alone debuff. This is where love, free, and approved becomes problematic, right? Dumb question. Can we... Low opinion of Barb. Why do you have a low opinion of Barb? Ex-lover, minus 15. Physically unsightly, negative 20. I mean, right back at you, no-nos. Barb's opinion of ex-lover, minus 15. Broke up with me, minus 43. Killed Colonist, minus 10. Cool. I mean, whatever. They'll get it together. What do you mean, what now? I mean, we could play hot swap the bed, you know, but Tom's iron-willed. I think he'll be fine. Oh, the chimeras. I don't know. I mean, they're left outside, actually. Ha 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 ha. They'll withdraw. Like, chimeras, their AI is, like, similar to Manhunter, right? They'll attack, which means they'll get real close to your doors. No, I'm good. And they'll just mill around like Manhunters. When they're in attack mode, they're basically like Manhunters. They're hanging around close to the walls, and if you go outside, they'll attack. When they withdraw, they don't even pay attention to you. They're not interested. So I think we're gonna have to try and take care of them a little bit. So when they withdraw here in a second, we'll have Julie poke her head out and shoot at them, because Julie's our shooting specialist, and she's been pretty dead eye with that bolty we gave her. So she should be good. And I mean, I don't want to have to eat chimera meat because twisted meat is a massive mood debuff. So it's not like there's much we can do with it, but we could just keep the corpses in the freezer. And if we're absolutely super fucking hard up for meat and we can handle the debuff, maybe we take it. We could also, in theory, try to wake up the mech cluster to fight them. But I think once we got in here, like, we could walk right up and then toss an EMP grenade. But I think between the chimeras being able to close the gap real quick, and I don't think these will stay stunned long enough for a colonist to get out of range. Can't really, no, chimeras aren't freezing. They're minimum comfortable temperature -40. So we're at -41. They probably get a little bit of the shivers when it gets down to like -70, but once it gets back up to -40, they're fine again. So yeah, it's a little chilly. Oh no, that's not gonna fly. That is not gonna fly. We cannot have her go on an insulting spree. So unfortunately, unfortunately, we need to arrest Barb. Sorry, Barb. I mean, we're immediately gonna release you. Put her in bed. Then for colonists, release Barb. Now, Barb, I'm going to need you to immediately take a Mind Numb serum because you're going to cause problems if I don't have you do that. Because now, was imprisoned, expires in 12 days. You know what? Just equip the Nerve Spiker and then eat dinner. I mean, your mood is going to be trash no matter what I do. That Mind Numb serum is probably better suited for when we actually have to deal with combat anyway. If it was any kind of other break, I probably would have just let her go. Even if it was a social fight or like she was throwing a tantrum and smashing things, I'd have somebody else just repair as she was smashing. Hide in your room would have been great. Crisis of faith, whatever. We could deal with it. Use Tom's Convert or Reassure. But Barb is just unhappy. We got unlucky with the flesh tentacle. We could have her go outside at least and like walk around so we can get rid of the cabin fever. We'll probably have to micro that with everybody, but she is by far our worst colonist. I can't make tea. Don't have tea. Gotta have psychoid leaves to brew the tea out of it. And we do not have access to that. Can't grow anything, can't cook anything. Yeah, power is low because we're in the dead of winter. In the dead of winter, we lose all light, and we're essentially just the only power we get is from this windmill, and we only have one battery, so it's oh my god. I mean, at least if she gets a catharsis. You really want to destroy those pants? Not the electricity, Barb. Not the electricity. Go back to punching the pants, please. Hey, Emily, welcome in. Really starting to hate Rimworld, Barb. She's not going to bash all the way through Plasteel. Oh my god. You're going to destroy our chair. That's awesome. What are you attacking? The wall. You can attack the walls. Just stop attacking. No, don't attack the horseshoe. No, we're going to lose our horseshoe pin. Please, 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 no. Ah, you son of a bitch, motherfucker. Ah, eat a bag of dicks. Alright. Barb does not like fun, apparently. Alright, well, we've got enough, I guess we make it out of steel. As much as I'd say let's make it out of granite, we're going to have to make that out of steel. No, 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 no. Please don't do that. Fuck. Punch a wall. That's the best thing for any of us. Just punch the wall. You're not going to break through plasteel. Tom's just following his ex-wife around like... The silver walls, let's not punch those so much. Those don't have a lot of durability there. What next? And Barb is going to kill the whole colony. Bye, Barb. Nice meeting you. Oh my god. She lit... Go back inside, go back inside. Stopped mood breaking the moment she walked out the door. Like, oh shit. Right, right. Giant demon dogs are attacking. I should probably get my shit together. I'm gonna start a new colony. Sanguiphage on the ice sheet. How many days are you giving them? Oh, in your new colony? I don't know. I mean, honestly, Sanguiphage might be a pretty good, start. Trying to think, right? So, like... well, sea ice is what I'm doing. Ice sheet, you still have things like geothermal power that you can get. And there's more resources. I'm not sure if there are trees on ice sheet, but I know you can get chunks, dig into mountains, flu. Barb and Killer. seriously just about to just let Barb die. Tending to Barb. Do we have Barb tend to herself? Medical of 6. Medical of 3. Yep, she'll probably do a better job than anybody else, so tend to yourself. Barb is our best dog. Hey, Mac, welcome on in. How the heck are you? Welcome to the madness that is the Sea Ice playthrough in Rimworld. Where are these chimera? You're kidding me. Like, you're set to doctor first and foremost before anything, but I'm gonna read a book while Killer's dying of the flu. Sounds good. Sounds real good. I mean, he's not dying of the flu yet. Just checking in. Continue to watch day 3. Yeah, happy to have you here. Love having everybody here. We've had a lot of new people coming in, a lot of cool people joining us to get down on the adventure that is this absolute nonsensical playthrough. And I'm here for it. Very much here for it. Can we repair the horseshoe pin? Because everybody is going to freaking lose their shit if they can't play horseshoes. Alright, Julie, how do you feel about shooting at some, like, absolute fucking terrible creatures? They're too far away for her to hit even, though. Hold that open for just a hot second. Yeah, it's the only thing they have to look forward to in their day. See, the problem with this is that they run fast when they're mad. See, they immediately get confused, so... Oh, they're too close now. No immediate danger. I'd like to try and get a couple of shots off just on one of them until they're actually bleeding to death. That would be my my preferred situation here. If Julie could pop this one like a couple of more times and get a bleed that's not going to heal on its own, then we could let it bleed to death. And we could do that over and over. Yeah, good shot for sure. Julie is a freaking deadeye with that freaking bolty. Should you risk rituals? You mean like ideology rituals? If you could get them done, I would say it's a good thing to do. I mean, you might as well start doing them for the reform points, if you can do them. Obviously, if you took Sky Lantern festivals, you're kind of hosed because you can't go outside and do stuff. But if you've got rituals that you can do, why not? Oh, like as part of your ideology, or should you do them in general? Ideology rituals are fucking strong as hell. I can't wait till we can actually do ideology rituals, because we'll be able to call in ideology stuff to deal with our problems. My main goal in general in Rimworld is to create a base where you don't have to leave the base to defend it. You launch mortars at things, you do ideology rituals to attack shit, you know, you call in allies. Like, once your rep and your ritualism are up high enough, you can kind of just chill and do nothing. Yeah, the chronophagy, the skill pulls, the even the psychophagy. If you've got a good psycaster and you want to make sure their OP is shit, you can yank psychic sensitivity out of people. I wouldn't start with the ritualist meme. Not my recommended start. I would start I would start fluid with supremacy, and every playthrough I do. If you're trying to min max your chances at survival, you start fluid with supremacy. And then you start fluid with supremacy, you go into human primacy, and then death in 23 hours. Tom, do me a favor and hold this door for Julie. Hold on. I'll explain all my reasoning in a moment here. He just wants to get just that little bit further away, doesn't he? Death in 10 hours. Good enough. If you are doing a sanguiphage start, Bloodfeeder can be a good start. Just immediately make them the leader type of thing. I mean, they're going to be feeding on the other colonists they drop in with, so I could see that as a thing. The reason I go with Supremacist first is for one main reason. If you choose Supremacist, you can choose Don't Care About Bodies. Because if your colonists care about bodies, a lot of times, even if you survive the raid, the mood spiral is going to fuck you over because they're going to see a bunch of dead bodies every time. They kill someone, they're like, oh shit, we killed someone, look at that dead body. Then if the body is close enough that you have to, like, it's in your work area, now it's like, okay, well, they have to see the body every time they work. So then you got to haul the body somewhere. Whoever hauls the body's like, oh no, I saw a body while I was hauling it away from the base. So like you get these like mood debuffs. So Supremacist is really good early on for that. You do take a hit to your reputation with people, but usually you can do enough trade. I mean, if you look at our rep, it's pretty shitty. It's hard to keep the people neutral. I mean, Tiatora, we're at -2. Our natural goodwill with them is -50. Which is basically like neutral, but like if you fuck up, we're going to become your enemies. And that's because of supremacy. Same thing, that's why this is a natural -180, natural -180, natural -60. I don't care if we anger the tribals. I generally anger the tribals in all of my playthroughs because when your storyteller rolls an event, they pull from the pool of enemies. I learned this again from Adam versus Everything. So if all of the tribals are angry at you, then you've got more, and if you ally everybody you can who's high-tech and then anger everybody who's tribal, more of your enemies are tribal than high-tech, so you're less likely to get pirate raids or sieges and stuff like that, because tribals can't do any of that shit. Tribals are generally reasonably easy to deal with. Breachers, you shoot their breach axes. Regular ones, you like either lead them to your kill box, or if you're not doing a kill box, you let them spread out and deal with them a couple at a time by popping out of doors around your base. But all in all, I think for me, if I'm doing a challenge, I'm almost always going to go supremacy first. But if you need the mood on your colonists for like, Bloodfeeder could be powerful as far as like, you make the leader a Bloodfeeder revered situation, immediately promote your vampire to Bloodfeeder. Hydrate, I can do that. I actually poured myself a glass of water. Thank you, killer. So, good news, sarcasm. I can finally say I have a thing in game dev that I officially despise with every fiber of my being. No, picking food chewing sounds. Just use the one from Minecraft. I wonder how long until they go into an attack cycle again. It's like, no, it's too crunchy for a muffin. Why are we eating muffins anyway? Oh. Ahoy, Captain. What's on the horizon today? Man-eating chimera. How about you? I gotta say, this seems to be a good way to deal with chimera with a small colony. Get yourself a long-range weapon like a bolt action or a sniper. Pop your head out the door, shoot them a couple of times, let them bleed out. I mean, this guy is downed. Bleeding out in 5 hours, right? And then who's the other one bleeding? This guy's bleeding right here. No immediate danger, but we pop him a couple of more times. He's going to bleed to death, too. Had an amazing day with my girlfriend today. I'm very happy. That's wonderful. Glad you're having a good day. You deserve it. You're a good person. I much appreciate you. Yeah, so we're just waiting for people to get a little hungrier. Wait. Before you use good medicine on him, how's the flu going? 16.5. Okay. Do we let her use the good medicine? How much good medicine do we have? We can't. Like he's ahead of it. Let's let him be ahead of it. Wait, how's Barb? Barb's ahead of... Wait. Yeah, they're both kind of ahead of it. We're going to have them do a round of doctor care, no medicine. Jesus Christ, this sanguiphage is a monster. 2 passion in melee and shooting, and 2 passion in social, which is 13. Yeah, that genetic social passion is just fantastic. I made lunch for her, and then we watched a movie. That's fantastic. 13 social. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. That's what I'm picking up what you're throwing down over here. All right, that's the guy we got to tap again as soon as these guys get out of our hair. Sanguiphages are awesome. I mean, if they didn't have to death rest, they'd be like broken overpowered. I mean, they are overpowered, but the fact that they have to death rest for 4 days is definitely problematic. Thank you for lurking, Mr. Crow. Appreciate it. Glad you're having a great day. Hope it continues to be amazing. We will be here in the background or the foreground, whatever the case may be at any particular moment, doing our thing, fighting chimeras. Yeah, we got to get these things handled because we have to do our rituals. Our rituals, we're not going to be able to take on more pawns. We're going to have to eat somebody. I mean, I'm at the point where like I'm not going to be super upset if Barb dies. Let's put it that way. I'm not planning on killing her right, like, you know, outright, but she is definitely getting on my freaking bad side here. Other guy's xenotype. That's a good question. Most of the xenotypes come with some sort of negative, so I'd say if you're going for something specific, like let's say you're going into a mountain base, maybe you could go with a dirt mole, because you're going to want to be able to mine shit out quick, and if you've only got one person, that might be important. If you don't have, I mean, 2 people, it's hard to get all the skills. So if you don't have a good cook, maybe you go pigskin because they come with robust digestion and they can eat raw food and not get sick. I mean, that does leave you in the situation where your vampire still needs to eat. What else? What else? Um, I mean, like everything in Rimworld, the answer always comes down to it depends, right? Like, yeah, sea ice. So you're not gonna be doing much of anything. You're gonna need to cook, right? Because you're gonna get meat that you're gonna need to cook down into meals, and then eventually get some pemmican or packaged survival meals going, something like that. Um, so that's not really a reasonable thing to do. I don't know. I mean, I think the Itakeen are have resistance to cold, so that might be worthwhile to do. But they also take some hits to some of the skills they can work with. And in addition to that, they're I don't know if they're hyper aggressive, but they're definitely aggressive. And so they could wind up causing a lot of social fight problems if you take an Itakeen on. But yeah, they are more resistant to the cold. I will say we found that good building is way more important than you think. Botching, yeah, yeah. Having someone who's really good at construction as one of your starting pawns is very important. We botched a good handful of things on here, and we lost a lot of resources. Like botching one or two construction projects on day one really costs you quite a bit. So yeah, I is definitely right on that front. Need good plants. I mean, if you can get good like if you can get to hydroponics reasonably quickly, good plants is definitely going to be helpful for you, for sure. Come on, I need these friggin' chimera to like get just far enough away that I can pop out and shoot them with Julie. Pigskin with good plants, maybe. You could do that. I mean, so the pigskin takes a the pigskins do take a little hit to their manipulation because they've got the trotter hands. So if you like, just take that into account. Make sure your sanguiphage is the one who's going to be crafting. When picking randomly, each has their own, but the most stressful are those with addictions. For me, the dirt mole is best because its main downside of slow movement and poor long range can both dealt with if you just stack them into melee, which I would do with my pawn anyway. Yeah, yeah. That I think dirt moles are probably my favorite of the included xenotypes. Not to mention the fact that if you slap in a bionic eye and a bionic leg, they're basically a normal colonist with really badass mining. So, that's my feeling. Like dirt moles have always been my favorite since the game first released. I think impids are terrible, especially early on. But if you're late enough game, you can manage most problems in a colony once you're late enough game. Like I was talking to Barb about pyromaniacs the other day, like not game Barb, but real Barb. And pyromaniacs are generally a hard no for me. Anything that has a forced mood break, because it's almost guaranteed that they're going to break at an important moment. You're going to be out in the field, miles away from your base, and they're going to be like, you know what? I want to set a fire. And they're going to run back to base to go set a fire. Or they're going to set a fire next to your sanguiphage, and then, like, your sanguiphage is running something, something, something. So, same thing with Gormons, right? And then they're mood breaking and out of the base, so they get themselves killed. Then you get colonists fucked up trying to rescue them. It's a whole friggin' thing. But if you've got enough people on your team that, like, your field team for combat is only half of your people, and the other half are staying at base. You leave the pyro home. He goes to set a fire. They go put it out, and they're like, yeah, that's Jim. He likes to set fires every once in a while, but he's a really good crafter. Just let him make shit. He'll be happy. And when he sets a fire, just go put it out, and give him a pat on the hat, give him a joint, you know. Um, but yeah, like I've had impids that I've, like the last playthrough, the Anomaly playthrough, I think we had 2 or 3 impids in that colony, and their jogger trait is fantastic for kiting. Like, if you can get past the genetic pessimism on an impid, however you manage it, you know, like give them a freaking lobotomy or freaking, and I'm just kidding, but yeah, I guess you can do that now. Candles are how I deal with my fire tendencies. Yes, I love candles too. I mean, won't go into too much detail, but there's definitely some fire-related incidents on my sealed juvenile record. Wink, wink. But yeah, so that's the main reason I don't like forced mood breaks, which is pyros and gormons for the most part, is they will break at the worst possible moment and it causes problems. And what the big thing about forced mood breaks or any type of mood breaks, they don't pay attention to door restrictions. So I lost an entire colony to someone having a food binge mood break because we locked out a pack of man-hunting guinea pigs, and they had a food binge near the outer wall and decided to go eat the insect jelly on the other side of the meat. So I couldn't get to them in time, and they just walked out a forbidden door and let in a whole army of guinea pigs that just gnawed us to death. And that was the end of that playthrough, or that attempt on that playthrough, whatever. So that's like forced mood breaks early on suck. Once you get late game with any colony, you can handle almost anything. I did take on a depressive last colony, and it was almost impossible to keep them happy. I wouldn't take on a depressive again unless it was literally like they are never leaving their colony. Like if they've got a double passion in crafting or cooking, you just glue them to that cooking bench or that crafting bench, and they don't go into combat. That's just what they do. I think ours was a shooting specialist or something, though, so it was like they had to go out into combat, and they were always the first one that was about to mood break. Now, all of that being said, if you've got enough to be mass-producing mind-numb serums, you don't really have to worry too much about that because all right, we might have to have Barb take good medicine after this one. If you can mass produce mind numb serums, you can pretty much do whatever the hell you want as far as mood. Someone starts breaking a little bit, have a mind numb serum. Somebody like gets broken up with and it tips them over the edge, have a mind numb serum. But that's just slave ship. I mean, you won't buy anything, will you? I don't know where that short bow is, but sure, you can have that. Oh, and they'll buy sashes. Well, you can buy the poor one. I mean, that's 21 silver. Is that enough to get us anything? Yeah, sashes for the win. We could try to make a couple of more sashes. Oh, you want the wake up too? Hell yeah. Okay, let's take a piece of medicine. Do you have ground penetrating scanners research and an advanced? I do, Blue. I have both of those things. I do not have the money, however, or the resources, however, to make the ground penetrating scanner. I have one advanced component, but I think we have like 20 steel. Yeah, here's your silver outside. Oh, and your medicine. Yep, gotta love that the medicine is outside. Thank you, Randy. Thank you. You're the one that got a little bit tapped. We need to get another couple of shots off on this asshole. I mean, I agree with you, but I don't think we get enough back from the research bench. Like, how much does a research bench cost? Research bench costs 25 steel. So, like, if we break down the research bench, we're going to get back, like, what, like 17 steel? And we have 21. And if we go to, where is it, miscellaneous? Ground penetrating scanner, we need 150 steel. Advanced research bench is right here. We have the advanced research bench. The only reason we're not using it is power. Like, I can micromanage going back and forth, but this is going to take up power. It's 250 watts. Right now our excess is 618. We need it to we need to not drain this battery, though, because if we don't have the heaters on, 125 steel when broken. Gotcha. I see where you're going. 21, yeah. I built the horseshoe, Aya. It's already built. There it is. So yeah. There's also slag up here. 15 times 7, whatever that is. So 30, 60, or 30, 60, 90. There's 105 steel worth of steel slag right here. And then if we can kill this mech cluster, that's more steel right there. Even still, though, we have to put it somewhere, and putting it in the base means we're going to have roof tiles uncovered, which isn't going to work. Putting it out here, not necessarily against putting it outside, but the problem is these are the softest walls in the whole colony. Meant to break the horseshoes pin, which takes 10 to make, but 5 when deconstructed. Oh, yeah. I mean, the horseshoe pin is steel. I mean, like you said, we could also get rid of the tailor bench. It's just that that's been our main source of, like, keeping people in warm clothing and keeping them, and being able to make some stuff. I'd love to get a ground penetrating scanner up ASAP. I think our main focus has just got to be to get these chimeras sorted. We can't really do anything with them outside, and right now they're just way too close to the goddamn base. So this is the one we got to deal with right here, because he's taking the most hits. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. He's healed up now, but at least he's got a gunshot on his ear. We're just gonna have Julie pop them one at a time until we can actually do something with them. Like if we could, like, this one is exactly how we want to deal with it, right? Yeah, there's really nothing, like, our focus for now is literally food. It's literally food. None of that matters. Ground penetrating scanner doesn't matter. Any type of production, research, none of that matters. The only thing that matters right now is getting enough food to get through the rest of winter and into the spring. Hopefully getting to some sort of animal migration, or getting a bulk goods trader so we can trade off some of the junk and grab just a little few pieces of meat. The fact that we missed out on that snow hare migration, I wish I'd have dealt with these chimeras sooner. Like, we tried to leave them on map as a way of, like, dealing with other raids and shit, but given the fact that we had to deal with that Shambler assault in a panic, and then after that, now we missed the snow hare migration, I kind of wish I'd have handled it earlier. But I mean, you can, hindsight's 20/20. We didn't know that was going to be the case. I think it was a good idea. But just, the cards didn't roll in our favor on this one. You're not the one with the old gunshot wound, but I think you're the one that's in firing range, so we'll pop one off at you. No immediate danger. Julie just absolutely killing these fucking things. Mech raid! Because of course. Because of course there's a mech raid. I think so, yeah. Hit every single shot. Of course, now they're bleeding, and we get a mech raid. So, you know, can't win for losing, can't lose for winning, or whatever. I don't even know what the old saying is. They will prepare for a while and then attack. The pikemen outrange us. The lancer outranges us. The scyther can run us down. None of this is a good situation. And the chimera don't seem to give a shit. And now two of them are bleeding out. Ah, man. You ever be doing a playthrough, and as much as you want to actually win at it, you're just like, you know, I'd almost be happy to lose this playthrough just so I could go on to doing something else. This is highly stressful. Let me think here for a second. Randy knew you were becoming bold and punished your hubris, right? Move, Randy Richard relocations. All too well. Like, I'm stoked, and I'm like, you know, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I'm kind of proud of myself for how far this playthrough has come along. And, like, you know, outside of the game itself, it's been wonderful to meet new people and stuff. But dear God, I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, if I have to micromanage somebody's food one more day, I might snap. Like, let's get Killer fed. How do I want to deal with this mech hive raid? I legitimately think we have to let them come to us. Because those Lancer can one-shot any of our colonists. We do not have the headgear for that. We really need to, like, lock them up. I mean, in theory, Julie's a 10 melee, Tom's a 12 melee. We kept a club. I suppose we could give Tom the club. Worst mech to face. Nobody's tough. So, we don't have that. Yeah, we're going to have to use the EMPs. That's going to, like, obviously that's the way to go here, but I guess Killer is going to eat and then equip an EMP. And we're going to have to hope that we can hit the right kind of shots. So, the pikemen are the easiest to deal with. Because we don't even need someone to be good at melee. Their melee is absolute trash. As long as we could lock them up and not let them get off a shot, pikemen are easy. We outrange the Milter by a long shot, so depending on how they split, like if the pikemen split and go this way and the Miltor comes this side, we could pop out, probably hit the Milter and kill him long before he gets to us, especially if Julie keeps up her shooting the way it is. The Lancer and the Scyther scare me. The Scyther is the whole reason Barb has a scar on her neck. The last time we dealt with the Scyther, it didn't go great. And the Lancer, like the pikeman, outranges us and can one-shot our colonists. If the Lancer or the pikeman get off a shot, easy call that our people, somebody gets one shot. And if they don't get one shot, they are going to be in bad shape and not be able to continue the fight. It might bleed out before we finish the fight. The Scyther, if the Scyther gets up on anybody, none of our colonists are going to be able to handle the Scyther. I think the Scyther might be the most dangerous one in here. Because if we don't get the Scyther at least damaged so they're moving slower, they can run us down, melee lock up one of our colonists, and immediately down them, and then just keep moving along. So, Gear up one guy with the best stuff, melee block, and importantly have all your shooters shooting mechs behind the melee block. The melee block turns into a punching game, meaning the mech isn't shooting its gun. I know. Yeah, I know that one. Ideally get them around a corner, but you may not be able to build much. Maybe I might have an idea that costs 15 steel. What would that be, Blue? I'm willing to leave it paused and listen to ideas. I'll drink a sip of coffee. No kill tunnels, no traps, no kill boxes, no kill tunnels, no traps. That is not how we're playing this playthrough. And I mean, as far as melee, 3 walls in front of the door to force a side path. Oh, I get you, but it's not the scariest thing, but it's also not the easiest thing. I think as long as we can get off an EMP grenade before they aggro to someone, we should be okay. Tom's got a charge rifle. Barb's got the nerve spiker. I think I'm going to have Barb grab the recurve bow instead of the nerve spiker. Or not the recurve bow. Yeah, the recurve bow. So the mechs that are attacking, they're preparing for a while. Oh, the stationary ones are not awake. No, they are asleep. If they wake up, this becomes exponentially harder because there's 2 Scorchers in there. So, we just got to see kind of how the dice roll right now. Because if we can get a couple of shots off on this Scyther, like if Julie can pop this Scyther once or twice with the bolty before it gets in range, we'd be good. It's just a matter of whether or not the Lancer is going to be line of sight and be able to shoot Julie back, you know. Our sniper versus their sniper, basically. I think the Pikeman and the Miltor will be a reasonably easy get. It's kind of a pop out and like shoot melee lock. Same thing though. If we could get... We've got the EMPs. So with the EMPs, I think we might have a decent chance here. But, again, it really just kind of depends on luck. Also depends on if the chimeras start attacking or not. I mean, they're bleeding out now, 2 of them. 13 hours and 15 hours. But they'll still be up for a bit, and this one's not down yet. Smoke. Well, smoke lowers the accuracy of anybody having to shoot through the smoke, including your own colonist, but it only stops the turrets from locking on. The Lancer will have a harder time hitting us, but we'll also have a harder time hitting the Lancer. So, in any case other than dealing with turrets, it's a bit of a double-edged sword with a smoke launcher. I do at one point want to get a door on this wall. That has been one of our problems. I would definitely change some stuff about this build. This door is so much more powerful because this one blocks our visibility out here. We can't stand in this door and shoot up here. We actually have to come out to the corner to shoot. So that's problematic. I would build differently. Or we will eventually reshape the base. Yeah, I mean, I think if it comes down to melee locking people, it's just going to be easier to wait for them to get close, pop out of a door, and punch them. One thing I want to check real quick. What's your 44 over 32, 46 over 38? Tom, I'm going to have you preach health on Killer. And how long is Barb's Catharsis going for? 1.3 days. Alright, I think we'll be okay with her, but we do have a couple of mind numbs if we need it. Thank you for all the ideas, everyone. And thank you for reminding me of the EMPs, Aya. I mean, this would be so much easier if we had even the most basic of trap tunnels, or basic of kill tunnels. Like a 3-wide kill tunnel with a single trap in the doorway and us standing at the other end behind cover shooting, and this raid would be reasonably easy to deal with. I think having the EMPs is going to be the big thing for this one. We are at this point just waiting for them though, because the other thing is, in theory, we could go out into the field and take a few shots at them out in the field. Although, if we take a few shots at these guys and the Lancer aggro's, again, that's death. Well, not death, but, like, there's a good chance they one-shot someone or put someone down for the count. That Scyther, like I said, I'd like to get him slowed down. So we're just going to have to see what angles they come at. Why not just go buy some better gear and maybe some orbital bombardment targeters while you're at it? I mean, if you want to go rob a bank, Blue, and, like, drop it on my colonists, I'd be happy to. Our trading potential is very low. We put all of everything that we've been able to get so far, and the reason we're able to survive this long is we bought a shock lance and an insanity lance, and without those, our colony would already be dead, and we already burned those. We've got a low shield pack, which is not helping a lot, but in this situation could theoretically help us. I'm going to try not to burn it, but if it comes down to popping a low shield to stop the pikemen and the lancer from headshotting us, I'll use the low shield for that if I absolutely have to, but I'm going to try to avoid that if at all possible. So, okay, chimeras are attacking, and it looks like they're actually going towards the mechs. I kind of wish I hadn't bled the two. Like, literally, like, oh, you know what, we got to deal with these guys because, you know, we got to do parties and stuff. And now the chimeras are actually going for the mechs over here. That might work out for us. Yeah, hindsight, yeah. You can't predict RNG. You know, I was concerned about food bleeding out in 10 hours, 12 hours. They'll probably still get a couple of good hits off. This one's far out front, but his friends might rage once this one gets into combat. Mechanoids are beginning their assault. I think they'll go for the chimeras first. I actually think these might even aggro to the chimeras because there's an open path. So even though the chimeras are bleeding out a little bit, we might be in a good spot with this. All right, they're definitely engaged in combat out there. I think we try to pop this Miltor. Like, we got to keep an eye on the range of these guys. But if we can get... since this Miltor is nice and far out front, let's just kind of keep an eye. I think we might be able to have Julie pop this Miltor. What I am going to do is right about now, I'm going to pop the Marksman command. Looks like they already downed that Chimera, but the Scyther is injured. That's very key. That is very key right there. She is popping her Marksman command. We're going to just kind of take this real slow. Actually, hang on a second, Julie. They are aggroed to the chimeras, but I think Julie could get off a shot. Julie, you have hit every fucking shot. Hit that mech. You're kidding me right now. Oh, clicked out of the thing and messed up my lighting. The pressure got to them. Yeah. Pain shock. Okay, so we no longer have our chimera friends to help us. So we are going to have to deal with this one way or the other. So let's get everybody... Oh my god. See? Pikeman. Squishy, squishy, right? Okay. We might want to swap to the other door. Hang on. Alright, that doesn't go through. This is going to have problems, so we're going to have to get everybody right up close here. Tom, I want you to go there. Killer, I want you to go here. Barb and Julie, I want you here. I've returned from the seas, Captain. Cool beard. What did I miss while I was on my adventure? We took a couple of pot shots at some chimera. They bled out before they could do much help with dealing with the mechs that also came in here. So, yay. You know, bad timing on my part. We've killed, what, 2 of the 5 mechs that are coming at us. Other ones are... Gotta repair that door real quick. We're dealing with the other ones as they come. They're kind of milling around here, so... Good job, killer. Really? I need that Militor to kind of shuffle along here. Because he may be beat up and weak in general, but he is his shotgun. Nauseum, raiding with a party of 5. Welcome on into the madness. You came just in time. Thank you for doing the shout out, my faithful AI friend companion Frosty. Guys, go check out Nauseum. Nauseum does a lot of puzzle games, but recently I think you might have pulled the trigger on Oxygen Not Included. Can't wait for you to come and join us for that madness. How you doing today? How was stream? What were you up to? I'm going to be lurking. My crew is waiting for me on deck. Haven't picked it up yet. Getting the Riven remake first. Gotcha. Totally don't blame you on that. As much as Myst kind of broke me after a while, Riven was a good game. Alright, the Lancer adapted, so that'll be problematic. The first person to just stop carrying with Mist 4. Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case. Alright, killer, stop shooting. I don't want you to fire at will. You are the one person I don't want to fire at will. We're going to leave Tom in the doorway for a hot second just to lure this asshole. Because he is punching our walls, but that's not the worst thing that could happen. We'll go there. Like I said, he adapted, so this probably won't do anything. Alright, so what kind of hit did Tom take? A little bit of a bruise from a Lancer leg. No problem. Let's not hold the door. And we're going to, we've only got the Miltor left, which is solid. We can now smash up these mechanoids for materials. The Miltor is heavily wounded, and it's the squishiest of the group, and it's also a short-range mech. If we come out this bottom door, we should be able to put enough space between us and him to just deal with him. There we go. Done and dusted. And they brought us components. How's the flu doing on everybody in here? 58 over 48. 54 over 44. Alright. Tom, is your pre-health? No, pre-health's not up and ready yet. So, mechs and chimeras sorted. Let's affect our work zone. Victory liquid. Victory liquid. Thank you so much, Aya. Delicious. Okay. What what we're going to do is we're going to schedule everybody to work, and then we'll make some adjustments to our work zone here. Probably going to have to get everybody a snack. Right. Everybody's probably pretty goddamn hungry. Tom is tending to Tom. No, Tom. Let's not allow self-tend on that, bud. Let's have Barb tend to Tom. Alright, Tom's gonna go rest. Barb's gonna tend to Tom. Because, you know, that's a good idea. Julie is snagging that. Alright, we need to shred mechanoids, so we're gonna have to power toggle this on for a moment. We're at negative power, so just gonna have to force Barb to do it. You know what? Not assigned to smithing. Oh, right. Actually, Killer is better at smithing. Yo, Killer, do me a favor. I know you're a little... Oh, wait. Never mind. Tend to Killer first. Pilum? What's a Pilum? I'm not following. What's going on? It's got to be an autocorrect, right? Dag, raiding with a party of 13. How the hell are you, my dude? I think Frosty might be on cooldown because Nauseum just raided in, but we're going to do a manual shout-out over here for Dagath03. Guys, go check out Dag. Dag plays on no pause 500%, so he's even crazier than I am. Sea Ice is going well. We had a mech cluster drop, but it's asleep, and there's no major threat cause. We took a couple of pot shots at the Chimera, bled them out a little bit. They helped soften up a mech raid that came in. Mech raid was 2 pikemen, a Miltor, a Scyther, and a Lancer. Tom is the only one that took a smack. He got a bruise from punching a Lancer. Yeah, how the heck are you doing? How's your playthrough going? What's the good word? What are you currently working on? I know you have like 2 stream playthroughs and like an off-camera playthrough and stuff, guys. Dag is heavy deep in the Rim, so if you guys wanna hang out with someone who is in the midst of an absolute obsession with this game, you gotta go check out Dagoth. Yeah, just kind of grinding it out right now. Near max raid cap. I mean, you know the good thing about max raid cap. Once you hit that level, you can stop worrying about wealth management. Up until hitting the 10,000 raid points, the whole time you're just like, man, should I take this thing? It's gonna add to our wealth. Feeling good about the group who had to migrate off the tile because of near death. Oh yeah. You know, that's the funny thing is, as much of a hit as you might take to like your infrastructure and shit. Sometimes it's worth just leaving the tile, even if it's just with 1 pawn. Because research, right? Like, so much of the early game, especially on these very hard difficulties, is research. It's just like, we need to stay alive long enough to get the research we need to protect ourselves. So if you take a big hit to your colony, and you're like, shit, I've got like 2 people that are still like in good shape. I've got plenty of food and stuff, so let me just do this. Let me grab like a handful of components, some meals. If you've got a pack animal, even better. Tox potatoes? Hell yeah, that's a gift from the proverbial Rimworld gods or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I think saving the research is the way to go a lot of times. I did have an Anomaly start on the last playthrough because it took us till the 4th attempt to actually take it all the way. How long do you think 383 tox potatoes will last versus pemmican? I mean, are you cooking the potatoes? I would probably make the potatoes into pemmican, personally. Potatoes are going to last, I think it's something like half a year to a year, as long as they're on a shelf or something. But, you know, Like everything in this game, it depends. You know, are you saving them for later? Like if you can afford to not cook the stuff down, like if you've got good food just chilling, and you don't need to eat the tox potatoes now, maybe save them for as long as possible. You know. Okay, we gotta actually micromanage some food here. I keep telling our people not to eat. Barb's catharsis isn't gonna pull her through forever. Thank you for lurking. Much appreciated. Yeah, you got to go do that post-stream cleanup on the old brain and tummy. Like, go get yourself some food. You know, stretch. Get yourself all sorted out. Stream can be exhausting. It's one of those things where I think it's hard to imagine stream being an exhausting job, but it can get quite. Realized I've only had a burger from BK and fries for all day. Yeah, get you some food, my man. Get you some good food, too. Get some clean burning fuel in there. I like junk as much as the next person. In fact, I totally broke and wound up getting a Philly cheesesteak the other day, and it was friggin' delicious. But I've been trying to stick with a little bit cleaner living as far as I've been eating, like, berries and granola. You know, I can't give up cheese, so it's been like, you know, crackers and cheese with berries and granola, like type of meals, which is a lot better than eating, like, you know, deep fried nonsense and whatnot. But, you know, I mean, you got to feed the soul sometimes, but if you don't have a body that's standing, you can't actually put the fuel in it. So I'm in the middle of a Warhammer 40k Star Wars, Fallout, and Halo playthrough. It's freaking crazy. So you're managing a lot of games. See, I do the same thing. Like, right now, we're playing the Sea Ice playthrough. We're doing this on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Rimworld. No, all in one game, just a lot of mods. Oh, okay. So is it like a ton of Rimworld mods to add in all of that stuff? Or are we talking another game? So anyway, continuing on my schedule, because, you know, streamer things, while you reply to that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Rimworld has all the mods. I'm at 186 mods for Rimworld at the moment. I've seen people play this game with like 300 plus mods. I think both Tom and Killer have had over 300 mods installed on some of their playthroughs. I've only ever gotten to like having a handful of quality of life / visual improvement mods. And, excuse me. We did 0 mods on the Anomaly playthrough, and we are at 0 mods on this playthrough as well. There are some things visualization-wise that, like, I feel like help speed the game along a little bit. Like, you don't have to go hunting through menus. If you get Rim HUD, you can put whatever you want down here, so you don't have to go hunting through the menu. Like move speed. There are 1,000 times so far on this playthrough that we've had to go in and check a pawn's movement speed. If I had Rim HUD, I'd just have it down here in the menu, but I don't know. There's something I feel like playing with 0 mods feels pretty good. I would have loved to do those mods, but I do quality of life mods at the moment. That's how I started. Then I saw all the faction Xenotype mods. Yeah, I'm not opposed to a modded playthrough. In theory, it's just there's so much to do in vanilla, and like, so I watch a lot of Adam versus everything. You guys are gonna notice a lot of techniques that I use are directly taken from him. You know, he's really good at his instructional videos and everything. We raided over to Smurf Stream the other day, who does a lot of his tutorials and stuff with him. Really knowledgeable on the mechanics of the game. Also, I watch like everything Francis John does. Even if it's a game I don't like, I watch what Francis John does because I freaking love that guy's content. But something like that-ish. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw his total pacifist run. He took all pawns that were incapable of violence. He didn't use traps or turrets or anything like that. He literally just planted an entire map of Devil Strand and ran away. And then as soon as the Devil Strand was in, he harvested the Devil Strand, hit 350 and Arco Nexused. And he did that 3 times and just won the game, 0 fighting, all running away. I was like, and he did it in 7.5 hours or something like that. I'm like, you're an absolute freaking madman. That's just insane. But he's got a lot of good stuff out there. Like, if you want to learn about the game tutorial-wise and stuff, he's really top-notch. Posture check and stretch and hydrate. Excellent. Oh, that was a good pop. Oh, that was a good one, too. Okay. Um, I don't play no pause. Uh, I would. I always say I'm not going to play no pause, but I also said I would never play losing is fun, and I also said I'd never do 500%. So who knows what tomorrow will hold? I don't think I'm going to get into no pause because I do like taking a moment to pause and think tactically, almost playing the game like chess. Right, hydrate too. I always talk about how it's funny because I'm really bad at tactics games like Final Fantasy Tactics and like I think XCOM, like those type of games where it's turn based. Even with us playing, we've been playing a little bit of Civ 6 off camera in the community because it went on sale recently. Killer snagged it for me and Barb picked it up. But for some reason, I'm bad at chess. I'm bad at tactics games. I'm also bad at RTS games. Can't seem to handle RTS games for some reason. But Rimworld, which kind of like, if you're not playing specifically on no pause, is kind of a combination. It's somewhere in the middle. You can play it as a tactics game if you're just like pausing nonstop, like pause, what do I do? Pause, what do I do? And you can also play it as an RTS if you're playing no pause. Should I go all the way out there to get that rabbit? I feel like I should. We are running real low on food. Used to be really good at chess. Haven't played in decades at this point, though. Yeah, chess is one of those things I always wanted to be good at it, but never quite got there. Was ranked ninth in the state in 8th grade. That's awesome. Party. Hell yes. We need the mood. We are micromanaging everything because we're 9 days into our winter, and we're not really going to get any sunlight. I apologize for the loud cars, but we do have a vroom vroom emote. So if you guys happen to hear the loud cars in the background, where is it? We re-added it last night. Oh, did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry. I'll have to fix that. We put it up in the... you couldn't really read it, so Barb actually made some changes, and I was re-uploading it, and the Twitch's site was acting stupid. Anyway, we'll get that sorted tonight, so you guys can have it. Funniest tournament win, using 4-move checkmate to beat someone that was rated way higher than me because they weren't paying attention. I am not allowed to play chess against my brother. Wanted to use it. Yeah, I couldn't tell. I couldn't really read it well, and Barb's like, "Oh yeah, you're right. We can't really read it well." So she redid it. We uploaded it. It looked okay, but she's like, I can make it better. Give me a second. And then we removed it and went to re-upload it, and Twitch was doing that thing where it just got caught in a loop, like trying to upload, trying to connect, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, all right, well, I'll deal with it later or tomorrow. And then I got sucked into posting a bunch of stuff on Craigslist for sale because I'm selling off a lot of my old music gear. I don't need it. It's taking up space, and there's plenty of bills that I could pay off. Considering that I've been in and out of hospitals for the last 5 years for my health problems, I need to stabilize the old finances a little bit. I can't take on physical labor gigs to help make ends meet anymore. So that's what I used to do, right? Like stream schedule, do my like music production stuff. If I was ever super hard up for money, I'd be like, fuck it. I know how to paint a house. I know how to mow a lawn. I know how to handle, like, I could do just about anything. I grew up a very poor redneck in the in the Northeast, and so like, not afraid of getting my hands dirty. But since my health problems started to kick in a few years back, can't really do much of that. Squiddy raiding in with a party of one. How you doing, Squiddy? How was stream? What were you doing today? I know you've been trying out a new schedule. Was today Skyrim? Are you doing some Minecraft? I think our shoutouts might still be on cooldown, but let's see what I can do here. If I can I do that? I can do that. Guys, go check out Squiddy. Squiddy is the whole reason we have a community Minecraft server. I'll also put up our links, so if anybody does play Minecraft and does want to come and have some fun with us. We did an event this past Saturday where we graffitied his metro tunnel. Him and some of the other players who live a little bit further out from spawn dug out a whole long tunnel down basically at not quite at bedrock, but damn close to bedrock. And so on Saturday, a bunch of us got together. I streamed, Squiddy streamed, Killer streamed it for a little while till he had to go take care of his pup. You have no idea how relatable that is, brother. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sparta, but yeah, one of the things I like about streaming is not only do I get to engage with my favorite things, which is running my mouth and playing video games, but I get to help be a place where people can feel comfortable and talk about their problems and stuff. So, yeah, now that I can't do manual labor stuff, I'm a little nervous about life. Not gonna lie to you guys. Streams have been going well, going in the right direction, as I've talked about many times. I'd love to make this my full-time gig. I treat it as a full-time gig. I stream 36 hours a week and oftentimes go late when we're in the middle of some stuff at the end of the day. And then in the evenings, I download VODs, upload VODs, do thumbnails, descriptions, schedule stuff on YouTube. Record other games, like on my YouTube channel. There's some Magic the Gathering Arena content even, because I play that in the evenings a lot, just as a game to like chill and not think. You know, you don't have to invest long term in a Magic game. Like you play for like 10, 15 minutes, and if you don't feel like playing again, you don't have to. I stayed up late and I'm so sleepy I can't even stream. Dude, I also stayed up very late. I am also very sleepy. I also can't stream. But here I am. I don't know. I have a coffee addiction, which gets me through a lot. I think I do have to reel in the coffee addiction though, because I'm definitely getting to the point. All right, that snow hare is asleep. You know what? We can lure that snow hare over here. Hang on a second. So that I don't have to go all the way over here. We're going to put pemmican. What do you mean no empty accessible spot? Didn't I just do this? Pemmican. Critical. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, because the kid is in it. I'm like, why? Like, duh, you already have something in the stockpile. So let's haul pemmican out here. And when you have food outside, the rabbit will get hungry and will wander over to try and get it. And that way we don't have to go all the way out there to try and run it down. We don't have to risk going that far out from base. Just got to keep an eye and make sure it doesn't actually eat the pemmican. So given that I recently tried for a call center job, but we'll see. I got a cataract in my right eye and I can't do manual labor, period. Yeah, same. My whole guts had to be rebuilt. My intestines and my colon, like they went in and like they snipped things out, they reconnected things, they moved things around. They had to rebuild my entire abdominal wall because one of the surgeries weakened it and it like ripped and I had a hernia. It was a whole mess. My whole midsection is just all nonsense. Thank my lucky stars for finding the right surgeon to sort me out. But yeah, I can't do manual labor anymore. I can do stuff like graphic design and stuff like that. Anonymous donated $30. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I don't want you guys to think I'm like begging for money over here. I appreciate, like I always say, monetary support's always appreciated but never required, but it does mean the world to me. I've been trying to make this my main thing for a while because one of the things I can still do is hang out at my computer and play games. And even when I was at my worst, I could still do a lot of this stuff. So I've been streaming full time for like almost, I want to say a year and a half. I think it was November 27th, 2022 is where I started my run. And I've been streaming 6 days a week ever since then. There were even a few weeks where we did 7 days a week. And I did have to take a couple of breaks for like recovering from hospital. Hey Barb, welcome in, welcome in. You missed some of the action off the bat. Oh shit, our battery is running out because I forgot that this was on because I got excited to talk to people. Let's shut that down. Oh boy, it's gonna get hairy. Sorry I took so long. Went to the mall. No, you don't have to apologize. Glad you're here though. Hope all is well. Hope you had fun at the mall. All right, let's get everybody topped off a little bit on their food. And then let's try to do a ritual because we really do need to bring in either a mule. Well, we need to bring in food, but if we get someone who we can use as a mule or a mining slave for now, that would be also fantastic. Let's not have you relax socially because I want Julie to use that chair. But yeah, very much a change in lifestyle. So I'm trying to get used to how to do all of this again. So honestly, neither. I understand your position brutally well, given just how painfully similar our predicaments are. Yeah, so you're going through it too. I mean, feel free to share or talk or ask questions. Also, don't feel obligated to do so. You know, the community is a lot about kindness and support and taking care of each other. So one of the things I really love about it is who needs medical treatment and why are you not getting it? 85. Can you tend to yourself? 94.5. So Killer's going to pull through on that. Barb's at 85 over 72. That'll do. Yeah, so, you know, we do what we have to do to survive. And streaming, I love streaming. Can we tend? Why can't we tend Killer? Can be tended in 0.4 hours. Okay, that's fine. We should be all right. Okay, we got to get rituals done because we need a meat delivery. I really wish I hadn't built that light ball. I built it because I was like, that'll be a big improvement, but without a loudspeaker, you can't even start it at the light ball. I'm going to check that again real quick. See, can't even start it. If I have to deconstruct anything, it's that light ball right off the bat. I mean, I personally just rolled the fucking dice. If I make it out of my own surgery or not. Same. You know, the doctors will tell you there's no real risk. You'll be fine. We do this all the time. But I was on that table, I think, for almost 8 hours the last surgery. Full on. They had to just rebuild me. Literally, I went to go to my follow-up with the doctor, and he's like, look, I need you to lose a couple of pounds, and I need you to drink more water. And I want you to understand that this isn't for you. You're doing it for me because that's my body. I put a lot of work into rebuilding that body. And you may be walking around on it, but it's mine now. If anything goes wrong, I'm responsible and I got to fix it again. So you take care of yourself because you owe, like, not like you owe me, like, you know, being obnoxious about it, but very, very great guy. He's like, dude, I care about you. You came into me broken and I felt for you. Like, what you've been through, what you've had to deal with all of that, that's why I took you on. Like, most other doctors would have said no. Like, you're such a complicated case. There was no real chance of, you know, like, not really no. It's like, he's like, you were a risk, and a lot of people would have turned you away just because there's like, you're such a risk. But I like to fix people. I care about people. So I got a really good relationship going with my surgeon. You know, he comes in and he gives me a big hug every time I see him. Wonderful human being, great guy. But yeah, I've been through a lot. Fun, great fare. Not fun enough to get a wanderer, but at least we got some mood out of it. All right, we're gonna run that We're gonna run that again real quick. Happy Monday, Zed. Welcome on in. Okay, that hair should work its way down. Hopefully our party goes off without a hitch. Let's do a shout out for Zed 3900 over here. Zed has been an amazing friend and supporter of the channel and just an all-around good guy. So please go show him some love. Cooldowns. I gotta start paying for Frosty. But I was just talking about... So, okay, we'll just use manual Twitch shoutouts for now. But I was just talking about how the money situation is... see, he's coming for the food. Damn it, he's coming right for us. Not in a bad way, but... let's cancel that. Cancel. Let's everybody come outside and shoot the rabbit. Not that we need everybody to shoot a rabbit, but... But why not, right? I broke down and signed up for Frosty finally. You know, I would love to sign up for Frosty. Because I really love it, but like we were just talking about it, I'm basically at a zero money situation. I've got a monitor that's dying right here, and I was like, man, I had some money from from a donation. I had like an extra like $100, and I say extra, and I was like, oh, cool. So I should have enough to buy a monitor, and then you know, send Squiddy over some money because he's been taking care of the financial burden of the server for a while for our Minecraft SMP. So I wanted to send him over a few bucks and get a new monitor. And then I realized I was like, actually, that's my food budget for the rest of the month. So kind of don't have that money to make other things happen. But if I had the money, I would 100% be all about that. Be all about signing up for Frosty. I believe in supporting people who make good stuff. Frosty is a really good stream bot. I really like it, so I'd be happy to support those guys. If the time occurs that I'm able to. Cooking a simple meal. Did I delete that zone? I did not. I'm back again. I'm sorry I appear and disappear, but me crew needed my... Oh, of course, of course. You're in a different time zone. You got your own shit going on. I don't know. We had a mech raid that we dealt with. We had a snow hare that we just butchered for a little bit of food. We did a party, which got us a mood buff, but didn't get us a join event. We were about to pop off the next party, but that didn't quite happen before we had to go and kill the rabbit for food. We're just kind of chilling. This playthrough, like, it's a lot of like just micromanagement dealing with all this stuff. I'm tempted to go out and butcher up the chimera corpses, but their meat is really not going to do us any good. So I'm also over here like probably don't need to do that. All right, we're gonna get Barb a snack. She's good. Who else needs food? Nobody. Good. I mean, not at the moment anyway. So we're gonna start another ritual. Our ritual success chance sucks, but if we can get a join event, I'd be really, really happy. No. Let's not haul the shambler corpses to a shelf. Yeah, do not allow rotten over here. Okay, our power is dipping because I left this thing on too long and drained our battery. And now... Oof. Alright, I hate to do it, but we'll flick that off for now. Okay. Time to attempt to rip off a prosthetic arm. Right? Attempt being the key word. It's funny, I talk a little bit about playing Magic the Gathering, right? And I've been watching a lot of content, and I've noticed that a lot of people when they cast... Oh, no. Don't eat without a table, Tom. I'm sorry. There we go. A lot of people playing that game are like, I will attempt to cast, because once you get to a certain play level in Magic the Gathering, you have to assume that when you're going to cast something, there's a good chance that somebody's just going to be like, nope. Hey, Nether, how's the snow life going? Going good, Dolkin. I mean, we're a little hard up for food, but we're most of the way through the winter. The chimeras are dead. We dealt with the mechs, which got us a little bit more steel, which I'm not really sure what kind of use we're going to put it to, but we'll put it to some sort of use sooner or later. Eat people. Yeah, I mean, which people is the problem, Parker? We're trying to get people to come and join us so we can eat them, but they just don't seem to want to come to our place. Hey, you want to come to the middle of a frozen wasteland and so we can chop you up and eat you and steal your clothes? No? Why not? Barb. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting real close to Barb just being a long-term meal. The thing is she's our best builder, And, like, she is our planter. I don't think anybody else really has... Yeah, Julian Killer can't do plants at all, and Tom is pretty fucking god-awful at it, so... She's also our best doctor. So it's... You know, she's got... I like to break stuff. She does like... It's all just a whole bunch of nonsense. Alright, I need to get this flicked back on in case a trade ship comes into range here. What can we do? I mean, I would say in a pinch we could eat the chimera meat, but literally I think eating twisted meat is, like, one of the hardest debuffs I've ever seen for any type of food. Like, I can't believe how much of a debuff it is to eat twisted meat. I mean, I get it. Alright, grub. Grub. What an apropos name on that son of a bitch. An 89-year-old brawler. This just gets funny. We're running a geriatric center over here. Are you like married? Okay, so he hates everybody because they're ugly. He's got dementia, bad back, and scars, moving at 41%. Yeah, negative 22. That's insane. So yeah, we're not dealing with this guy. Poor auto pistol, poor clothing. Yep, exactly, Parker, exactly. So, I mean, hell, I don't even know if he might freeze to death. Like, look how slow he's moving. He might freeze to death out there before he even gets over to the colony. But yeah, 100% food. 100%. This is one of the reasons that ideology rituals are so strong. Not only do they give you the opportunity to get new colonists quickly in a normal run, but if you're doing a run like this, it's essentially calling Uber Eats, like Aya said. That 8 in medical got me excited. I mean, I don't blame you. 8 in medical sounds great. And I wouldn't mind having a brawler with a double passion and melee to do some melee blocking for us. But at an average move speed of, well, I mean, he's already shivering. He's at 37% movement. I think he was at 41 or 42 when we checked right off the bat. This guy would literally stand up from bed, and by the time he got to the fight would be over. Like, he's just... And, like, that dementia, like, oh my god. Talking negative 25, hearing negative 25... Part efficiency minus 15, so that affects consciousness, right? Yeah, 80% affected by dementia and hypothermia. Then you throw in the bad back, so moving minus 30, manipulation minus 10. He'll forget he's fighting. He'll, like, get up to go to the fight, and he'll be like, wait, what was I doing? Oh, he's getting a sandwich. No, you are a sandwich, sir. Sometimes they just use butter knives. You blind immortal bat. Do you know how to cut off a prosthetic arm? Yeah. Yeah, like Aya said, I think Rimworld pawns often just use butter knives for surgery. Your move speed right now is what? 0.81 cells a second. To compare, everybody else in here has at least a 4. You use 12 gauges for surgery? That tracks. That absolutely tracks. So we're going to have a colonist died debuff, because this guy is definitely going to die. Like, I'm tempted to tell him to drop his stuff here, because he's going to fall down before he gets in. Yeah, let's do that. And those simple meals, we're just gonna... Like, don't even need to send him to the unwanted zone. We're just gonna leave him right there. Everything except the tile that he's at. Oh, yeah, I cleared all on this, didn't I? I did. Of course I did. Apparel. But not tainted. No, Julie. No. There you go. Go haul one of those things. A baby cow was manhunting. He got hit with a mortar. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. The reason we're not going to bring in these simple meals yet is because I want to see what happens. I don't think he'll be a metal horror. I think when they get downed, they would show as a metal horror, but you know, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. Elusive smoke. What's going on? We're hobbling along here at the Geriatric North Pole Society. We had an 89-year-old try to join us, and he's got a bad back, dementia, and by the time he got here, his hypothermia was so bad by the time he walked from this side of the map down to here because he was so slow that it's like we can't even get him inside to strip him. We could like legit just have to let him drop where he is. So had him stripped down over here. We're grabbing his clothes and bringing him inside. We'll do another ritual soon. Oh yeah, always better safe than sorry when it comes to metal horrors. Those things are nasty. Alright, you're wandering. Let's get you some food. Oh, it's death that triggers a metal horror early. Downing them does no such. Oh, okay, good to know. Let's just lock the doors. Metal horror infections are capped at 50% of the colony. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. I mean, even if one person gets a metal horror, I don't think we're going to survive it, but hey. Oh, we have a couple of simple meals. I should be eating these. They're frozen even though we're inside because even though we've got 2 heaters in here, it's freaking 14 degrees. Luckily, we've got some good clothing, but I'm not sure if a ghoul counts as well. Ghouls can definitely become metal horrors. I've seen that before. Okay, so let's expand our work zone to include this guy. He died, no metal horror, so I'm going to assume the meals are safe. Need airlock on the far left door. Its insulation is less than a wall. Yep. And we're using this as our freezer with the door open here, so it's a whole thing. We need a lot of things. Right now we're kind of relying on the fact that we've got good parkas. Okie dokie, gonna get ready for some RL archery fun. Don't die. I will try very hard not to die. Considering you're going to do archery IRL, you please don't die as well. I mean, I don't think archery is super dangerous. I've done some. I hesitate to call it archery. Like I said earlier, I grew up pretty redneck in the Northeast, so I've shot guns and shot bows and done all of the things. Oftentimes, I think my early life resembles a Rimworld playthrough sometimes. So, inhumanization is a major buff for any pawn in the cold. Very true, but you lose so many essential work need. Like you lose all of those needs for not needs. You lose all the ability to do good work with that. It would absolutely annihilate most of our colony. After you do that, consume a simple meal. Julie, you can snag a simple meal. 10 degrees Celsius of cold tolerance. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Awesome. I know I got it in Fahrenheit. I go back and forth between Celsius and Fahrenheit. Like, I grew up with Fahrenheit. So, a lot of times, as far as, like, comfort range, I think about, like, oh, I'm comfortable at this temperature Fahrenheit, or it gets cold at this temperature Fahrenheit. But then as far as game mechanics for a lot of stuff goes, I often think about stuff in Celsius. Because all of the experience I've had with oxygen not included, I've watched people who play in Celsius. And I really do need to move those, but everything is on these shelves over here. I mean, 10 meals. Yeah, we'll go through that before they spoil. It's fine. Everything is fine. I'd really like a bulk goods trader to come on map. I mean, if we could get a good mule character from one of these rituals, which I think it's time to pop one off, right? Everybody's fed for the most part. Yeah, killer can have a meal after the party. Also, if we can get 2 more points, we can reform and get 6 more parties. That should be able to bring us through this this absolute nonsense. Parties are one of the few things I'm fully willing to go to a 3 on, because what else are you going to do? What do you mean inhuman doesn't affect construction? It doesn't affect construction, crafting, or research. What else? What does it affect? I know you lose certain work when you do inhumanization, don't you? I haven't done it yet, so I'm probably just talking out of my ass right now. Social animals and possibly plants. Plants we kind of need. Yeah, I love how animals, like, and I'm saying this sarcastically, I love how animals is not affected by anything. Like, everybody can do animals no matter what, and every goddamn pawn in every freaking role has, like, not everyone, but I'd say somewhere between 50 and 75% of pawns I roll have a passion in animals. Everybody has a passion in animals in Rimworld. I really think that needs to be rebalanced a little bit. Compensated battle. Snipers, gunners, waster gunners? No, thank you. No, thank you. I mean, a legendary nerve spiker does sound delicious, but this will end us. So, no. Really? I get every pawn I roll. It's just animals, 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 animals. And I'm like, at most, in general, unless I'm doing something like very different with my playthrough, I only ever wind up with like 1 to 3 animals. Usually 1 for you know, like for hauling stuff for caravans. Finally got the arm. Good, 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 good. All right, let's go again, guys. Let's go again. Oh god, the battery died. Well, gotta repair that. As soon as this party ends, we'll get Barb to do that. What do we get? A delicate wimp 8-year-old genie child. I mean, those are genetic traits. Every genie is a delicate wimp, but Jesus Christ. I wasted, I shit you not, 15 medicine. That is a lot of medicine to waste there. With 20 animals, you can hunt a thrumbo with almost 0% chance to be attacked. I mean, we've done the thrumbo thing a lot. All you need to kill a thrumbo is a door. If you've got a little shack and a door, you pop out, you shoot the thing, you run back inside, you repair the door. It goes away, it like gets distracted, walks away, you open the door, shoot the thrumbo, pop back in, repair the door. Not what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a million ways to skin a cat in Rimworld, both literally and figuratively speaking. But I generally don't have people hunt in general. I find it to be, by the time I get late enough game that I feel like it's safe to let my colonists hunt on their own, we don't need the food from hunting. And if I'm doing it, if you're early game and you set your colonists to hunt and put them on unrestricted, they're just going to get eaten by a jaguar or something. 20 animals can be told to hunt indefinitely and will never ever be attacked. Yeah, in general, in general that's a great thing. But as for me, for my play style, I never set anybody to hunt. If you look at my work schedule, there's not a single person set to hunt except this kid that just wandered on that we're gonna chop up and eat real quick, because it's just early game. It's a death sentence to send them hunting. It doesn't matter what they're hunting. They'll go to hunt a guinea pig or a freaking squirrel, and then out of nowhere, they're just getting run down by a bear. What do you mean? It's safe to hunt. It's always a super valid strategy for winter. Never. I will never set anybody on hunting. Never. Every time I've ever set anybody to hunt, I draft and hunt. Not a skill issue at all. It's AI. It's RNG. Like, they walk out past a grizzly eats them. They walk out past a wolf eats them. Doesn't matter if they don't attack it. They just don't, you know? Just simply, yeah, of course. We'll just simply have, you're right. It is a skill issue. I should just get better at rolling the dice. Let's go have the kids stand over here. We're going to put you in the unwanted zone. And what do we got? We got one more party left, and we've got 3 points to get. So we cannot get our reform from this. That's a little sad. I think you can get up to 2 points. It's 1 to 2 points if you have like a really good one. Just blow into your hands before you throw the dice. Right. That's what I'm doing wrong. I mean, honestly, my biggest problem with RNG right now is I don't know where my good dice are. Like, I've never really gotten a chance to play actual D&D. Like, I've played some board games like that are similar. I play Magic. You know, we always talk about it. But every time I bring up the subject of D&D, everybody's like, Nether, you should be a DM. And I'm like, no, you're saying that because you don't want a DM. Neither do I. Yes, I like world building. Yes, I have all sorts of stories to tell. No, I do not want my first experience with D&D to be me stumbling my way through DMing for other people when I've never even played the game myself. I mean, theoretically, if I had experience with playing the game and I knew my way through the manuals and stuff, maybe I'd take on a D&D campaign. I have some really great ideas for D&D like stories, theoretically. I literally have a notebook that I write down all the stories that come into my head, all the dreams I have, all that stuff. So I got stories to tell. And if I ever ran out of stories to tell, I could just be like, what happened in my most recent Rimworld playthrough? I'm sure we could build a D&D campaign around that. But there's no way my first game of official D&D is going to be me doing the DMing. That's just not going to happen. And so, but the thing is I love dice, right? I've always loved dice. There's something about dice and cards that really speaks to me. So I bought a really nice metal set of dice. Um, like got the 20, the 6, the whatever. It's got all the different sides of dice that you would need for a D&D campaign, right? And I love it. I just legitimately I can't even remember the last time I saw it, let alone where it is in my mess of random junk in the room. Maybe as I'm going through all of my gear to sell, I'll come across it. But at the moment, I'm not even sure where it is. Like I said, so you should be falling down from hypothermia any moment now. Is it terrible that I'm upset that we got a child, not because we have to kill the child, but because we're not going to get as much meat out of it? Like, damn it, kid. You're not valuable at all across the board for anything, but you're sure as hell not valuable as a source of meat. God. I did a horror-themed campaign in Twisted Jungle, and threw ancient horrors and flesh golems at my players in mazes and runes I drew out. I literally did what you're so afraid of as my first D&D experience, and it went incredibly... Oh, fantastic. It's not afraid. It doesn't sound fun to me. Like, it's not an enjoyable thing. Like, so here's the thing, Smoke. My entire life, I've been the responsible one. So, like, every band I've been in, Nether, you should book us shows. You're good at doing that. Nether, like, I basically get stuck doing all the work in everything I've ever done, going all the way back to high school where I would carry every group project. I don't want to anymore. I'm done. If it's a group, I will contribute equally, happily. But one of the things I love about streaming is, as helpful as the community is, and how much it's all like it's a solo endeavor, other than people volunteering to help. So for me, I don't think of it as like a group project that I have to do everything. This is a solo project that occasionally I get help from wonderful, nice people like yourselves. My brain is a big fuzzy mess, and doing all the work is amazing in D&D. Yeah, if you like it, do it. Do it. I would like to be the player first. You let us, bro. No. Yeah, it's always been a thing in my life. When you show you're competent at everything, people tend to expect you to do more. It's been the case in all of my jobs, and for the most part, there's no real extra reward for being the person that does all the work unless you're doing something like this. I drew maps, faces, NPCs, races, combat, landscapes. Hey, if you love it, you'd love it. I'm not saying I don't like that stuff. Like I said, I write down stories. I have whole worlds and stuff like that. But a lot of my storytelling as of late has been through builds. Like, I build stuff in Minecraft, and the stories that I come up with become a Minecraft build, and then I put books in the world to tell the story and everything. So I love a good world building session, but Pajamas died. Oh no. Oh no. That was so unforeseeable. Better bury the corpse. I had trouble role-playing NPCs at first, but I eventually learned how to dual think two separate characters at once. Made role-play with my party smoother. That sounds great. I mean, if you want to DM, for us one day, Smoke. If you want to join the Discord, and we could all do a Discord D&D thing, I'd be down to coordinate with you. I'll do the announcements and like round up the people and get a head count and everything. If you wanna be the DM, you put the meat in the door. In the door. God, it's just pulling teeth with these friggin' people. I hate being a leader. I will do it, but bro, I hate that shit. I thought I would enjoy, being the leader of things, but you got to have the right group for being the leader to be fun. I could do that, but I won't commit to that idea now. IRL is, of course, of course. If you ever don't get busy IRL and you wanna DM a D&D campaign for the community, like I said, I'd be happy to set up all of the scheduling and coordinating and getting everybody there. You could DM, and I'll be a party member, and everybody who wants to play can come and join us, as long as they can commit to whatever schedule we figure out. I think one of the problems I hear the most from my friends who play D&D is that getting everybody to come on a schedule is difficult. I would love to D&D with everyone, right? That would be fun. I would enjoy that. But yeah. Okay, so did we do all of our parties? No, we've got one party left. Kids chopped up. Alright, Killer needs a snack. And we can allow those packaged survival meals because dude came on who wasn't a metal horror. Leading is a responsibility, and some people are, frankly, just too brain dead and arrogant to listen. Yeah, leading, well, I mean, whatever the case may be with it, I don't mind leading as long as there's a group. I always naturally step into those leader roles, but if you know anything about game theory, not video game theory, but the mathematics of game theory, free riding is a dominant strategy in game theory. If someone can do nothing and acquire the benefits of the other people in the group doing something, that is mathematically the correct answer. Unfortunately, socially, that winds up screwing a lot of things up. But there's a reason people are predisposed to not contributing, because if they don't have to, it conserves their energy, their thought process. My last D&D game was every second weekend. For my campaign, it takes a lot of effort on my behalf to draw characters, but that's also the most fun. I used to be the storyteller for World of Darkness all the time, mainly Werewolf, the Apocalypse, and Vampire the Masquerade. I've heard of all of those. Almost never played, was always hosting, started at school and all the way into adulthood. Some of the best memories of my life. That's awesome. That's fantastic. I think if I was younger, I'd be more inclined to do to just jump in and just read all the books and start out DMing and stuff like that. I've gotten to the point, ooh, I need that vroom vroom emote uploaded. I've just kind of gotten to the point where I don't think I could take it on. Talking about real life stuff, being busy and not being able to commit, that's pretty much my song and dance. I stream 6 days a week, 6 hours a day, so that's 36 hours. Like I said, sometimes I go late because we're in the middle of something. Not often, but enough to average out another half hour to 2 hours a week. So then you throw in the fact that all of the VODs have to be uploaded to YouTube, have schedules, thumbnails, all that. It's not the biggest thing, but it adds a little bit of time every day. As soon as we finish stream, I hit download. I might start simulcasting on YouTube so that I don't actually have to download and upload, but until I do that, I have to download the Twitch VOD, re-upload it, which, takes up my computer's brain a little bit. I can't run my video editing software while I'm doing anything like downloading and uploading, because if it crashes, it interrupts, and, I can, because you could always restart the upload, but I can't edit while I'm, watching YouTube, because something about the conflict in the codecs, it crashes my computer. Also, when you guys clip stuff, I like to post it up as shorts, but a lot of times I wind up trimming them a little bit just so they flow better, or I only take the funniest 4 seconds of it or something like that. Whatever the case may be, and then all of the promotion and branding and all that stuff, it takes a lot to be a streamer. And like I said, I record other content as well in the evenings. Often if I'm playing Magic, I'll record Magic. What do we got? Nervous Wimp, 16 years old. Smokey the research bench died. How long has it been? We could send this character out as a mule. Alright, let's think about that. How long of a trip is it over here? 5-day trip. 5-day trip. I don't think we can do it. I mean, that's 10 meals worth of food just to get there. And as much as I'd love to sell off a bunch of this garbage clothing, it's not really bringing us that much wealth to begin with. I think all things said and done, if we have him caravan out there, he's just going to wind up eating, like, the money we would make from selling the random clothing and bits that we have would just go back into buying food to make up for the food that he ate for the trip. 5-day trip, 2 people, harvest the new guy's organs when you arrive on site, 2,500 silver and organs. How would you harvest the organs? You can't do that in a caravan, can you? You'd have to, like, settle a tile and do it? I've never tried to harvest organs on a caravan. Rip out a lung and send him out. You visit the base of the traders. Oh, I got you. We take out one of his lungs and say, here, take this lung and go sell it. It's my lung. Yeah, you're going to go sell it. Interesting. I don't want to send 2 pawns, though. So the thing about 500% difficulty and caravans, if you send out a caravan, as long as it only has 1 person, 1 animal, and is worth less than 10,000 wealth, you can only ever get jumped by a single melee pawn. That's the only thing that will ever attack you, as long as your caravan is 1 person, 1 animal, and less than 10,000 wealth. The moment you send 2 people, you open your caravan up for multi-raider caravan jumps. So I don't send 2 caravans. I'd rather pull his lung here and then send him carrying his own lung out there. But it's hilarious. But just rip out his lung and send him out. All right. We got some beard stroke time. I'll tell you what. I got to take a quick restroom break anyway. So let me think about this on my restroom break. I'll take everything everybody's suggesting into consideration, and we'll figure out what to do with Church here when we get back. Considering his name is Church, he really should have done some praying on whether or not he should come to our colony. The bases of factions are physical places. You can harvest organs. Also just send 1 caravan following the other. Well, that could work, theoretically. Let me think about that. I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music in case anybody likes the Be Right Back screen music. I'm going to hit the restrooms, get up, stretch, move around. If you guys need to, go do the same. Take care of your meat suits, as I would say. And I'll see everybody back here in a few moments. We'll do something. Okay, I am back. Thank you all for being patient. I decided to take a couple of extra minutes on this break to brew another cup of coffee because I need coffee. So, what did I miss in chat? You may need 15 minutes. There's a lot of ambiguity. Will the surgery fail? Will both pawns make it to the faction alive? What are the risks of hypothermia at night? Honestly, the sanguiphage start might actually be a very, very strong start. Yeah, it's very good. Basically untouchable, 50% extra melee damage, and robust means you can fight some animals with the butt of your gun. No, not because of that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sanguiphage start's a really good start. It's the first one that I was able to get a 500% victory on, so I enjoyed that. So let's talk turkey, guys. We need stuff and things in spades. So here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking church here. All right, let's do risk reward analysis. Well, I'll tell you guys, let you guys in on it. We need weapons. We need to get wealth off map. I mean, if we could get a shock lance, we need food, we need weapons, all that good stuff, right? That being said, I'd like to send him out on a caravan, but it would be to our benefit to actually have an organ, right? So what I'm thinking is we queue up the removal of an organ. If the surgery goes well, we let him heal up from the anesthesia, and then we send him out the door with his own organ and all of our junk. If the procedure fails, I think at that point he's going to be hard up in bed so long that we can't actually afford to have him on map that long. So if the surgery fails, I think we chop him up, and at that point I might have one of our current colonists load up everything that's not actually useful and tactical and just walk a tile off, drop it, and come back. We've done that a few times. Wealth management is a huge thing on 500%. Now, the question then comes down to, do we attempt, you can always do a second surgery to try the heart. True, but I'm not going to rip an organ out that we're not going to be able to sell. And if the surgery fails, I'm not going to send one of our colonists out with that organ. We need all 4 people here to protect the base. So it's an either-or thing. Either we get the organ, and then we let him heal let the anesthetic wear off and send him out, or the surgery fails, it's not worth healing him, and we chop him up and use him for food. But it has to be him leaving with one of his own organs after the first attempt. Otherwise, it's just not worth it. So the question then comes down to kidney or lung. I think if we remove a kidney, there's less of a debuff to consciousness. I think breathing suffering would lower consciousness more than blood filtration. So I think we pull a kidney and do that. Same brain, Smoke. Same brain. Well, because I think it will affect it a little bit, because blood filtration does have an effect on consciousness, and consciousness has an effect on move speed. But yeah, I think it's going to be a substantially lower hit than having him get a lung removed. So let's go industrial tech medicine. Killer is in the wrong bed. God damn it! You're supposed to no. This is supposed to be Julie. I remember when that happened. Julie and Killer go there. Breathing effects and can lower. Yeah. This can be for medical. Church. I'm gonna need you to. We're gonna drop the meals and do that. We're gonna undo that. We're gonna rest until healed. Then where is Barb? Barb is wandering around outside. Of course she is. Let's have her operate on Church. As I said, if we get the kidney... Now, speaking of all of this nonsense, let's draft everybody and get them over here. Metal horrors are definitely something you've got to be conscious of, right? No matter what you do. So actually, I'm going to pull people back a little bit while Barb does this surgery. So the plan is, if we get the kidney first attempt, cool. We let the anesthesia wear off. We hand him his kidney and a bunch of other stuff. Tell him to go trade with the colony. We get enough stuff from that trade to get some food, maybe a shock lance or a better weapon or something like that, and bing bang boom. He gets back, unloads, then he gets chopped up. If this surgery fails, however, I don't think we have time to keep him on the tile long enough. So if this surgery fails, he gets stripped and chopped up right away. Either way, it's a little risky. Because if he gets jumped on the caravan and we lose everything we sent him with, we're kind of out whatever food we sent him with to get through that trip. All right, we got the kidney. And I think the metal, if there was a metal horror, I think they would have jumped out by now. So, well, whatever. We'll hold these until he leaves the map. But also, what else can we get done here? Okay, who needs food right now? You do. So let's have you consume a meal. You're good. You need food as well. Have you grab that now that the chair is unoccupied. Best of luck. Thank you, Smoke. I'm honestly not sure if getting the organ was a good roll or a bad roll at this point, but, you know, hopefully we do some things. Let's flip the switch here, guys. God, power is such a nightmare. I'd like to get to the point where we could do some bioferret-based power, either electro harvesters or the like. Speaking of that, do we have storage for bioferret up here? We do not. We're just gonna let the lights flicker. That's off, that's off, off. Everything is off except for the cooking station, so, and the lights and the heaters. Come on, Randy, give me some wind. Give me some wind, asshole. The smelter's off. And so is the machining table. The only things that are on right now are the lights for the room, the 2 heaters, and the cooking bench. Tox generator is very worth it. Yeah, okay. I mean, we might go down that route. We've researched everything, so we have the options. I'm not opposed to a tox generator. The main issue with a tox generator is that when and if we get a waste pack infestation, our colonists are not going to be able to handle it. That being said, so there is always a chance of a center waste pack infestation, even if you don't have waste on your map. You could have 0 pollution on your tile. You could have 0 pollution in the world. You can still get a center waste pack infestation. There's like a really low chance. It's like a 0.05 or something like that. Some obscenely low chance. But as soon as you have waste packs break or you have pollution in the ground, that's the problem. But we could theoretically just like dump them over here or something like that. It's best to drop one light off for the consistent light on the other. Yeah, probably. Shivering. Yeah, because it's -4 inside. I should have dressed him up proper before we did this. 16 hours on the anesthesia. So hopefully he doesn't like get frostbite before he wakes up in 16 hours. I know I'm taking this slow and steady. Yeah, the heaters really need to be on, so... we'll let him put on whatever clothes he thinks he needs. We're going to have to give him clothes to wear anyway because he can't go out there without problems. So we'll let him dress himself up. We'll see what we can do. All right. How's your cold resistance? 14.5. That's not really good enough. What did you just put on? 13.1. I'm going to have to micromanage your ass. Oh, no, 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 no. You definitely don't get to eat a simple meal, bud. Not yet. Why is the human leather in the doorway? Why? What are you doing? Stop doing things, you worthless sack. Just go inside. God, it's like freaking pulling teeth with these goddamn people. He's like, let me haul the human meat to the doorway. Because that's what he's... I'm glad I had advised according to my pattern recognition. I do have a spare parka. He did put one on. What did he put on? He put on the human leather at 94, which is 47.5. What is this one? 47.5. So I think of the thing, yeah, of the things he has, that's a poor quality one. I think that's going to give the best cold insulation. These pants are 4.8. What are your pants at? 5.8. He's wearing a tail cap, which is 10.8. This is tattered, but that is 16.2. What toque is best? Yeah, I think the normal toque is probably best. It's just that it's tattered, so it's going to affect his mood. But let's get him in that. What face mask did you put on? Yeah, they're all cloth, so not really going to do much. Alright, now his insulation is at negative 18. God, we can't even send him out. Negative 18 is not going to cut the mustard. I mean, yeah, it is, but the temperature outside is negative 38. Negative 18 is great, except, you know, it's considerably colder than that, so doesn't matter how good it is. No, unfortunately not, Sparta. That tainted parka we were sending people out in literally deteriorated away to nothing. The last time we sent somebody out with it, it came back at 0.64 durability, so, you know. No dice on that front. What light leather sash. Maybe we have a better sash. 2.4. 4.8 over here on that guy. Yeah, so put that sash on. Yeah, it is pretty damn cold. Where are you going? Stargazing. Fine. Go stargazing. Do whatever makes you happy. So church is good down to negative 20.3. I mean, we may send him anyway. You know, like if he lives, he lives. If he dies, he dies. Not really much else. If we're gonna do a wealth dump anyway, you know, we might as well attempt to send him there. The only problem is that we would be sending him with food, so we'd be missing out on a meal. We've been using sashes because it's easier to come. Jesus Christ, why do you put things in the doorway? Why do you people put things in the fucking doorway? Like, you had to do that, like, on purpose. No vests, yeah. Like, hey, you know, it's cold in here. You know what we should do is open the door. Yeah, that's a great idea. Alright, you... We gotta send him out, right? Like, we gotta send him out. I might just send him out now. Like, I don't know that I actually care. right? Like, I mean, he's sick, but, you know, he's about to break. So if we can get him on the road, that'd be better. And like I said, if he dies, he dies. It's not really a problem. We don't need him. Our big issue at the moment is that, oh wait, that Devil Strand Toque, that's probably better. That could get him there. We're going to save the masks. We're going to offload this nonsense. Offload that nonsense. Kid stuff we don't need at all. 44% pants can go. Poor sash can go. Poor that can go. That can go. That can go. A normal quality formal vest with light leather is 6.4 F cold resistance. That might be something we get into then, for sure. I didn't even know that. Thank you. Appreciate that. That can go. Dusters are not going to serve us here. Take that with you. Yeah, unless we make them. And right now I'm sending them off with all the random stuff here. That Devil Strand Toque is definitely going to have better installation. We just took it off of Barb because she can't take the tattered debuff. Kidney, that's going. Yeah, human leather is just light leather. Okay, that makes sense. I never really compared the two, but that does make sense. Okay, travel supplies. This is where I'm nervous, right? Like, we have to send him with some food. If it's a 5-day trip, he needs 10 meals just to get there, right? So that would be 6 simple meals right here. And then 4 packaged survival meals. We've got 4 human meat. I guess we could send him with 4 human meat. Yeah, we're going to have to micro what he's allowed to eat. Okay, I think we send him with 6 meals. 7 meals and 10 pemmican. 7 meals and 10 pemmican. He will forage a little bit for berries, not much along the ways. God, what a nightmare. I really, really don't want to waste this food. He's got to come back if we send him is the problem. The genuine minimum, 7 meals and 10 pemmican. All right, I'll trust your math, Smoke. You do good math. So 7 meals, 10 pemmican. I mean, you will come back with a kidney's worth of stuff. Theoretically, as long as he comes back is the issue. If we lose this caravan, we're in a real bad spot, because I don't even know that we have the food to get to that point. I'm going to have him put on the Devil Strand Toque. That should get us to where we need to be. Okay, we're gonna do that. Confirm. Church. Let's have you force wear the Devil Strand Toque before you even start. At the moment, his cold resistance is -20. But we're going to put on this Devil Strand Toque, and hopefully it'll be good enough. But if it's not good enough, he might not come back. Alright, so with that, it's -22. And we're at -45. I don't... God, I don't think this is worth it, guys. He's not going to survive the cold. That's the problem. Yeah, he won't make it. Fuck. All right. Well, yep, that's not going to work. So we're going to cancel forming the caravan. I can't send him with the best parka in the colony. I do believe it's Tom has the best one, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, no. I am sorry guys, but I think what we're going to do is we're just going to make a meal out of him. The parka's it's still going to be risky to go. Like the parka he has is 47.5. Best parka in here 64.8. So he'll be barely there. What's up, Sparta? Yeah, that's enough theoretically, but what if we have to do a fight? Parka, I think, is 80. We'll double check though. 80 fabric. Yeah, we don't have 80 of anything. Um, yeah, no, this does not add up. So we're gonna eat this guy is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have him drop all the stuff he's got. We're gonna go send him outside. We're gonna send one of our colonists like to take one step off map. And the Mega Sloth will. I mean, theoretically, yes. I'm not trying to lose. Like, our colonists need their clothing because we have to go outside to fight, and our power is dodgy. I know it's like the boring solution here, but no, 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 no. Here, send caravan to there. We'll do Tom. Smoke, I do not want to take our good clothes. Like, I'm not taking our good clothes off of our colonist. I'm just not. Because the temperature can still drop. If it drops a few degrees and he fails out there and the best parka, best hat, best everything gets lost on top of everything else, then we lost our best clothing. Then we're struggling to get our colonists back into stuff that's better. Like, it's just not worth. Like, we're legitimately just going to have our colonists dump stuff off the map. We've got 89 human leather, so I'll keep 80 of it and make it into something just for a backup because we've got some stuff. The knife we'll keep the weapons because we can smelt them down for steel. Any tattered clothing is going to go. Anything that's poor is going to go. And we're going to dump the kidney. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm not willing to keep that kidney on map. Normal tail cap. If we're dumping stuff, we might as well take that stuff. 44%. You can go. You can go. You can go. You can go. You're gone. Kid stuff, we're not raising kids. Poor pants. Poor. Good sash we'll keep. Poor will go. A spare good parka and send the next guy. Maybe inhumanize someone so they have cold resistance. Maybe. I mean, we still have to get to our next set of rituals before we can reform anyway, and I'm not convinced inhumanization is the best way to go currently for our pawns. Yeah, we'd have to switch to inhumanization. Like that would be a whole thing. Then we'd have to force a breakdown, hope that the breakdown doesn't destroy anything or get anybody killed. Actually, we're going to keep the sheep wool parka because even at poor, it's probably got decent cold. Yeah. Yeah. Let's make sure we're not accidentally dumping anything. That kidney's got to go off map. That's too much wealth. We don't need any travel supplies because he's literally going to take one step off tile and dump everything. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy, but this has gotta get done. Relatively safe. I gotta mess with it. Ah, and he went a good way to get off the map instead of going right through the mech cluster. Good job, Tom. Pause. Let's go over to Tom. Items. Yeah, goodbye to all that wealth. Wealth management is one of the things that really requires you, like, it feels so bad to dump wealth off map, but it's one of those things you really got to do it sometimes. That's honestly how I got through a lot of my more difficult playthroughs. Like, if you go back and look at the Sanguiphage start that wound up becoming an all endings run, that was a huge part. I did that so many times where I was just like, man, it feels bad to dump all this wealth, but if you can't use it for anything, you can't use it for anything. Very good at wealth. We're already above the wealth I'd like to be at. A colony of 4 people with subpar weapons above 20,000 wealth, we're just asking for trouble. We're basically relying on luck right now. Because at 26,000 wealth, we could have, and 4 pawns, we could have a siege come on map. Now, on the plus side of being on sea ice, if we could dodge freaking mortars enough and not get killed by the mortars, eventually they'll freeze their asses off and dip, but you know, still not a good situation. Also, as you can see, we can get mech clusters. Oh, and it's awake. Didn't realize that. Good to know. Good to know. So here's the other thing about this. We might get we get mood debuffs from these colonists. It's awake, but not a threat. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna go after these guys. I'm actually kind of glad this is up. As long as we don't do something dumb and accidentally trigger it, this is going to be defense from a raid. Because if a raid comes on map, they're going to aggro to the mechs, and the mechs and the raid will fight it out. The only issue with that is that if a raid does go over and start fighting that, I'm 99% sure that then triggers the mechs to attack us. So if the raid doesn't beat the mechs, the raid will force them to come at us. But Julie's a really good sharpshooter, and we don't have anything in here that's particularly tanky. I think we could probably, if they came at us, I'm fairly certain we could probably deal with them. Those Scorchers would be a pain in the ass, but if we game the AI a little bit with doors, we should be all right. Oh, clicked off the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to momentarily unrestrict Tom. Have him butcher. What are you going to butcher? No. We do not want to butcher Chimera, Tom. What use are they? Yeah, that's what you need to go butcher. All right, we've got enough power. I want to get this comms console turned on. I swear to God, though, if we get, like, if I turn this on and then 3 seconds later we get a bulk goods trader coming in on a ship, I'm gonna lose my shit a little bit here. We do. We have a little bit of slag lying around. There's some things we can do for resources right now. But let's talk about what we're gonna do with those resources. First and foremost, let's queue up another. I'm gonna say parka because we have enough to make a parka, but yeah, I think we got to do a parka. $94, $75. Yeah, okay, let's queue up a parka to be made out of the 80 human leather we have. Killer's got production specialists, so that should be pretty solid. You really like the Toxgen, don't you? Toxgen, 125 steel and 3 components. The bunny is not on the map. We lured him in, we killed him, we ate him already. We've got slag up here that we could bring in. I think we did the math. Is like 105 steel when it's smelted down. There's a mechanoid steel slag chunk here. So we got maybe like 120 steel worth of slag plus 79 steel here. We are on the 13th day of December. So spring will be in 2 days, 2.5 days, whatever it is. Once we get a few days into spring, we should be able to get some light on. Once the light comes on, we could get our hydroponics going again. Coldest season, yeah. I mean, we're down at negative 55 outside. We're at 22 inside Fahrenheit. One of the mods I've considered installing, just for the sake of transparency in the colony, is the Fahrenheit Celsius mod. Just because, like, that way, you know, everybody knows what's going on. Now, even after we chopped up that down colonist, we're still at 26,000 wealth. So, yeah, this is a little out of control. Not gonna lie. All right, so if this battery can get a little bit more charged, we'll smelt up this piece of slag and the weapons. Well, actually, we'll smelt up the weapons first and foremost, just to knock the wealth back a few pennies. I think the Toxgen to cover at least the hydroponics and the beacon. Oh, Sparta, I appreciate it. You're so, like, excited, and I love that. I love your energy. So thank you for that. I think we have slightly different approaches to playthroughs for sure, but I love the energy you're bringing through it, and I love the fact that you have ideas. But I believe so. There's a couple of problems with the Tox generator. Not to shoot down your idea. I remember last stream someone else mentioned it will block the solar, so we can't just put it out here. We're not going to put it inside because that'll just fuck everything up. And if we put it outside, it'll instantly get smashed. The second we get any type of raid, it gets smashed. It's not going to help us at all. I'm just trying to make sure we don't rely on kidneys. Yeah, true. So theoretically, if we could get a little bit more space acquired, we could get into the Tox generator. But again, we then have to deal with the fact that it's not even a matter of if we get a waste pack infestation at that point. It becomes a matter of when we get a waste pack infestation. Now, if we could get to the point where we could handle some insects, that might actually be a blessing in disguise, because insects are food. We like insect meat in our religion. So, in theory, we could actually be doing a few good things there. Starvation, who? Tom, right. Tom. Consume a simple meal. Got to remember I'm micromanaging food over here. So yeah, this is so this is kind of one of the reasons I was on the fence about streaming an Ice Sheet playthrough, right? Sea Ice. Sorry, I keep saying Ice Sheet, but it's Sea Ice. It's a slow and steady playthrough. How much crafting do we have? Killer's a production specialist. with an 8 in crafting. How much is our assault rifles? 60 and 7. I might have killer craft an assault rifle. Was just looking at Inhuman. It doesn't disable any work types, just -12 to animal, social, and art. -12 to animal, social, and we could do without those things. Shocker that I am something different this playthrough. What are you? Oh, you're a crafter. Usually killer names pawns and he winds up being a builder. No social plus or minus with other colonists. Okay. I mean, I'm open to all suggestions here. It doesn't necessarily mean I'll do all the suggestions, but I'm glad you guys keep throwing stuff out there. These are a lot of things that I don't normally consider, so... you're walking around outside, stargazing. That's fantastic. We've got enough to make an assault rifle. I think that should be our priority with the steel we have, quite honestly, guys. If we could get a Masterwork assault rifle onto killer instead of a Masterwork recurve, I'd be a lot happier with our situation. Same thing with Julie. I would prefer to have her in an assault rifle than a bolt action. All that bolty is doing work, though. 50% pain reduction. Yeah, inhumanization might be a good thing. Either way, we have to get another reform point, and we don't have any way to do that other than rituals. So even if we decide to go down that route, I'm not fully convinced yet that we will, but I'm also not worried about making the decision. We're at least 17 days away from being able to do that, if that's the case. Let's wait until spring, and let me explain why. I'm 100%, 100,000, 10,000%, 100,000% onto something. Make assault rifles, tox generator, and trigger insects. I mean, it's definitely up there on the possibilities. Like I'm more into that concept than the inhumanization currently. But let's try to move along a little bit here. I keep forgetting. We might as well have you pick this up, draft you, and have you shoot at your ex-boyfriend. It's got to be very cathartic for Barb. Oh, I didn't mean to draft him. If we can get to spring, send somebody with their kidney, bring back steel, and a really good blunt melee weapon. We can use that to melee block and whack the bugs while everybody else puts bullets in them for food. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, yes. You know, so the whole melee blocking thing. I know you guys keep talking about melee blocking, and I'm definitely on board in general with melee blocking. The problem is we do not have any type of armor. If someone melee blocks bugs, they're going to get down by the bugs. 100% guaranteed. One Mega Spider will absolutely destroy someone. So unless we have... our best chance with the bugs is the fact that we have 2 Nerf Spikers. So if we did have to deal with bugs in some regard, I would probably put the second Nerf Spiker on Killer. Because... yeah. Um, Melee blocking bugs works great once you have like a dedic like if we had a ghoul, 100%. Absolutely. Let's purposely trigger bugs if we have a ghoul. You know what I mean? Because the ghoul will melee block bugs all day long, especially if we could get like an Itakeen with tough on it. Yeah, plate or flak or power armor of some sort. Um, Again, I was going into the fact of like why I questioned even doing this as a stream world, and that's because this is really the formula of it all. Like it's a very like slow, steady grind. It's just very much like let's just like slowly get ourselves a little bit of stuff, back and forth. So it's a whole thing, right? Like even right now, I want to go up and grab this slag. But at the same time, I'm like, what are we going to do with the slag right now? Becomes the question. There's no need to smelt it down. We smelt down slag, it's more wealth than the slag being slag. Flak? Yeah, we could take a look at what flak costs. I know it costs us cloth. Like a flak chest is 60 steel, 30 cloth, 1 component. Flak vest, 70 steel, 50 cloth, 1 component. Flak pants, 60 steel, 30 cloth, 1 component. And it's cloth. You can't use leather. It has to be cloth. I don't even think you could use Devil Strand in place of it. We do not have any amount of cloth. We could theoretically buy it if we could ever get a trade off, but... Oh, armor-wise. 100% sharp, 36% blunt, 27% heat on the flak chest. Jacket is 40% sharp, 8% blunt, 10% heat, 25 cold. Pants, 40% sharp, 8% blunt, 10% heat, 6.3 cold. So, like, in general, the best build for open field combat, no killbox combat, as far as items goes, is everybody who is not a melee blocker intentionally. You go with button-down shirt, flak chest, duster, pants, and then whatever the best helmet you can get is. If in research, if you go smithing, then electric smithy. Don't see a way to look at plate in here. Yeah, not seeing... Oh, you mean like... I mean, we could probably go to the machining bench. Can we make plate mail here? No. Plate armor research. Oh, plate armor. There we go. 65.7% sharp. We'd be better off just making a flak chest for someone than putting plate on. The flak chest wouldn't occupy both. I believe plate occupies multiple slots, kind of like marine armor does. So we wouldn't be able to put on a parka with the plate armor, wouldn't supply us with any type of reasonable cold insulation. We'd be better off just making a flak chest and giving it to one of them instead of a sash. Unfortunately. Middle and outer, and flak can be chest and outer. If you wear a piece of flak, you can still wear a duster or a like if for a flak chest, not the flak jacket, but the flak chest, which has 100% sharp. We just looked it up. You can wear a flak chest, button-down shirt, and a parka or a duster. So you're going to get substantially more protection from elements and substantially more protection combat-wise from a flak chest than you are wearing plate mail. Plate mail works the same way that marine armor does. If you put on marine armor, you can't wear a duster or something, which is hilarious that a bulletproof vest is better at protecting against sharp damage than pure metal. True. Sharp damage is kind of like, I don't want to say a misnomer, but the reason sharp damage is important is because bullets count as sharp damage. So when you're dealing with melee, you're more concerned with blunt damage because, well, I mean, if someone's got a sword, obviously you're concerned with sharp. But as far as someone punching with their fists or the butt of their gun or whatever the case may be, as far as melee combat goes, you're more worried about blunt damage. But sharp damage is going to protect you from bullets. So in that regard, it makes sense because a flak chest is going to be substantially better at protecting you against bullets than plate armor, I would imagine. If you've ever looked at armor or I don't have experience directly with armor in real life, but I have watched a lot of videos on like armor and weapons and stuff like that just because I find swords and knives and all that stuff really interesting. Always wanted to have like a sword collection, and basically like even the good armor, like armor that knights wear, you get a decent gun, it's going right through the armor. So I don't think it's that bad. Bugs all sharp. Bugs are sharp? Huh. Makes sense because they've got the claws and the talons. Okay, so yeah, sharp. If we had a ghoul or a vampire in some power armor or Jesus, even just like a straight up tough pawn, like if we had a tough Itakin or a tough Neanderthal, I'd be willing to make that situation a thing, I think. But we don't have, most of our people are not only not tough, they're all old and frail. Full plate is useless versus a gun. Yeah, makes sense. Makes total sense. All right, what are we at as far as stuff? Like we're in a tight spot here. We're in a very tight spot as far as food goes. We're at the 14th of December. We've got 148 pemmican, which is like, it's like 16 or 18 per meal. So we've got maybe 8-9 meals of pemmican tops. We have what, one simple meal left, and 26 packaged survival meals. I wish we could chop up the shamblers over here. Huh. We really need another animal migration or human raid or something like that. Not that I want to tempt Randy because he'll wind up sending us like a human raid with a doomsday or something like that, but we do kind of just need some sort of something. Like the sheer quantity of pure metal you have to have between you and 9mm to survive that, it's not feasible as armor. Yep, exactly. Exactly. And that's just a 9mm. Let's say you're out in actual combat, somebody's got a legit sniper rifle. It doesn't matter what you do, that thing's going through it. You could be wearing a freaking goddamn your own body weight in metal and freaking sniper rifle is going to go right through it. Huh. All right, we need these we need some sun. We desperately need some sun here. Cleaning dark blood. Oh, that's terrifying. The kinetic energy is going to turn at least one of your organs into sludge inside you. Yep. Now, I just saw Julie cleaning dark blood. I don't know if that's a metal horror thing or not, but I don't think that's a normal person thing. Oh, please, please. Oh my god. If we have a metal horror, like, I'm just gonna lose my shit. Okay, okay, thank you, Sparta. I know the gray flesh is where is like the trigger that you get. Like that's the thing that like you got to watch out for. But I was worried that like maybe like the dark blood was a precursor to the gray flesh type of situation. Okay, what? Is there anything that we can force? Right? Is there anything we can force? She went to clean it up, yeah. Oh, it was inside. It was right on the heater. I'm just over here like, what could we make happen? You know what I mean? Like, we need some sort of something. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm talking about, Sparta. I don't know. We can't do rituals. We've got a day left. We like if these things could kick on, we could actually make some work of this. That's why I'm playing slow right now. I'm trying to decide if there's something we can kind of push. If we battery is just not gonna cut it. Man, missing that migration of animals really put a damper on our food. Like, I should have dealt with the chimeras sooner. Although the chimeras did help us with the mechs, though, so... It'll be fine. I mean, I guess if we have to, we could bring the whole team over to that village and just hope and pray that our base doesn't get annihilated on the way back. Doesn't seem like an optimal situation, though. Has anybody got any ideas on ways we could kind of, like, force food into our backyard here? Like, our rituals are taking time. I don't have any answers to this thing. I mean, taking on 4 colonists right before winter was always a risky endeavor. It was always going to be a risk. So, I don't really think there is much we can do other than try and wait out a couple of days, hope the sun comes back soon enough for us to get our Inspired trade. Well, that's fantastic. Kill the one guy in the village and just shoot the rest of the shit. Yeah, the village is food. Is there only one guy? Where does it say that? If there is only one guy, I'm tempted to just go and do that. Major faction. Yeah, it doesn't say one guy. Anytime I've ever gone to these villages, it's upwards of 10 villagers or more. So, they raid you in a couple days, so that's more food. If you can kill them. If you can kill them. Our team is good, but they're not amazing, is the problem. I mean, we can barely handle like 4 or 5 people on map. I don't think we could handle like 5 to 10 tribals on a combat tile. 20k, it should still be 1 to 2 dudes, last I recall. Okay. Divide and conquer. Theoretically, yeah. I mean, it might come down to having to do that. You know what I mean? Like, we might not have an option here in a moment. We would then have to deal with the fact... So here's the problem with that. I know I just keep coming up with problems, right? And no solutions. If we come back on the map anywhere in this radius, anywhere along this side here, we just lose. Like, we just lose. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that we have our team come on map here and don't die. The auto charge turret's going to shoot us. That's going to aggro the mechs. Oh yeah, you don't have to immediately attack them, but you know how Rimworld AI works. Literally, like, I had a team coming back on my last playthrough, and there was a group of shamblers hanging out on one side of the map, and I was going pretty fast. We had our colony pretty well put together. I had it on a 3, was dealing with, doing things back and forth, pretty solid. And as they were coming on map, I was like, let me just slow this down to a 1 as they get onto the map, because you know they're going to come in next to the shamblers, and sure enough, there they were. So... no wildlife. Ah, Jesus. I'm over here like, should we eat the chimera? And I'm like, the mood debuff is just insane. Micro the lap for the rice? Yeah. Probably gonna have to. Wait, I got an idea. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on. What if... I probably should have done this earlier. What if we just... They won't like it, but what if we grow Nutrifungus? Yeah. Can't be exposed to light. Totally understand. Our people won't be happy about darkness, but what if we change this to dark light? Let's do a little testing here. Can't be exposed to any type of light. That's not gonna work then. Yeah, we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to try to micro a few things with this then. You got a lot of light from the smithy. True. I think you're right about microing the light though. I think that's probably our best bet. Uninstall the smithy. Oh god, that is draining power like a motherfucker. Yeah. Let's give it a try then. Let's designate power toggle there. Let's uninstall this thing. And uninstalled buildings are less wealth. Okay, cool. Well, I guess we have to designate power toggle on this. You guys are going to be hanging out in the dark. I mean, they're not going to be happy about the dark, and they're not going to be happy about the nutrifungus, but can we actually... Oh, we can. Okay, excellent. Yep. I mean, again, our colonists are going to have a little bit of a debuff for being in the dark, but we've still got high party, so maybe that'll help. Mushrooms are going to take a while. It's a 6-day grow. Normally, fertility on these things are... not listed. Wonderful. And our grid excess is real low. We're negative 1,000 because the wind just completely stopped. Click the mushroom itself. Oh, good call. Growth rate 127%. Fertility requirement 30%. I've been lurking, but now I'm actually here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so it grows 27% faster. So instead of 6 days, what are we talking, like 4.5, 5 days, something like that? Maybe. Yeah. Appreciate you looking into everything, Sparta. We'll let Barb finish planting the mushrooms, and then we'll have her eat. I mean, the darkness is going to push Barb over the edge once the party buffs wear off, but I don't even know. Let's get you some food. Nobody's going to be happy about eating mushrooms. I don't know why people would be so upset about mushrooms. It's like, look, I don't know, like, all right, so it's a game, of course, you know, and there have to be game mechanics and blah, blah, blah. It's not real life. But I feel like if in real life I was in a situation where it's like, hey, you're going to die unless you eat this nutrifungus, I'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to eat the nutrifungus. And yeah, it would definitely put me in a bad mood. I would definitely feel pretty shitty about eating nutrifungus. But I'm pretty sure that if I had a bunch of raiders coming at me with guns... Oh, you're eating without a table, huh? Let's not have that happen. No matter how much of a mood break I was having, if I had a bunch of people coming at me with guns, I'd suck it up and get out there on the front line, you know? It's for nutrients on average. Right, yeah. resting. Wonderful. I'm running low on ideas here. And I feel like I'm playing like a snail. I'm freaking over here just crawling and thinking. And this right here is why a lot of people do ice, sea ice with Cassandra, because at least you get regular raids. Yeah, I mean, hindsight's 20/20 and all that, right? The mood debuff from eating food they don't like is pretty bad. Like, if we can do rice, it's way, way better. God, it is tempting to go into Tunneler. Even though we're in the middle of the Arctic, it's tempting to go into Tunneler. Oh my God. I mean, even if we wanted to, like, get rid of a colonist, like, let's say we were like, fuck it, we gotta eat somebody. It would only get us through a couple of days, and it's like, who would we even eat? Barb is our best doctor and our best builder. Not that she builds a lot, but, like, you know, it's good to have someone who can repair walls during a raid, because nobody else can repair at pace with someone who's raiding us. Um, Julie, being a marksman, has been essential to our survival throughout this entire process ever since she came on. I mean, Killer's our production specialist. I would say as far as possibly expendable people, maybe Killer, but that jogger optimist cannibal, like, he's getting a mood buff from eating human meat, right? Where human leather button down shirt +8 mood. You know what I mean? A burning passion for my work because he's researching. Optimist, fluid surrounding, wearing button down. Like, Killer is like just fantastic. Tunneler would be good. We could deal with the getting locked indoors. Yeah, Tunneler would deal with the locked indoors. It would also allow us to prefer Nutrifungus, so we could grow that. We wouldn't need light for it. Okay, so we are legit down to 26 packaged survival meals. 8 a day, 16, 20. We have a day and a half of food. Let me pause and think about this. We are probably going to have to just take the whole team over to the village. Space? You mean like colonist space, or... Well, I mean, it comes down to materials as usual. We could probably, like I was going to say earlier, expanding the base a little bit is definitely something we'd like to do, but we could probably get down another couple of probably get down one or two more. What the fuck are they even called? Hydroponics basins. We could probably get like two more, maybe three more down. Starts to get pretty tight after a little while, but we could get some more of these basins down theoretically. Um, these things are one component and 100 steel. We would have to smelt down some more slag. I mean, we could theoretically get another one in here. Yeah, we could put like one here, make a little bit of space in some other ways. Yeah, we could get... We probably have enough stuff on map if we really scrounge resources. Yeah, I think we have to go to the village. I think we have to risk going to the village. I don't honestly see any other way of doing this. If anybody's got any thoughts on this, because I'm about to just send, like, we've only got a day, or like, we've got a day and a half, maybe 2 days of food. I don't think we have an option. The only other option is to eat the chimeras, which will tank our mood enough that we'll wind up aggroing these things when people mood break and wander over there. So I think we power down everything other than the heaters, because, yeah, we're going to have to risk it. It's a risky style playthrough, so let's risk it. I know we can get them off map, because we could easily, like, if they start to go through the mech cluster, we could just draft them and move them to the edge. Which is probably how I'm going to get them off map anyway. Okay, so what else can we turn off? More or less everything is off other than these. So we need to leave these and the heater on for the hope that the Nutrifungus will continue to grow while we go out there. Is anybody in need of a meal right this second? Like everybody. Okay, so let's have the people that need to eat a meal, and then we'll go. Hydrate. Thank you, Aya. Their sleep is not amazing, so I think we let Barb and Tom sleep for just a second longer, give them a meal, then queue up the caravan, tell everybody to go, bring all of our medicine and food, and see what we can do at the village. We don't really have any other options. I'm not a very good assault people out in the field type of guy. There's a good chance we lose going there, but there's a definite it's a definite loss if we stay here. There's a good chance of a loss if we go there, but it's a definite loss if we don't. Get off of the chair, killer. Okay, everybody is fed. 1.5 days, which is basically the food we have. Jesus, this is going to be an absolute nightmare. I think we bring the Slate Club in case we need to have somebody melee block. If we're having somebody melee block, we're probably in a bad spot. We don't need the EMPs. I'll bring the backup Nerve Spiker. Might be better than the recurve bow, depending on the situation. We don't need any of the extra clothing. We'll bring the Mind Numb serums because those are probably going to be necessary. We're going to bring all of the packaged survival meals, human meat, and all of the medicine. Because it stuns, yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't think there's anything else on the list here we need. We're not going on a trade run. We're going to do some assaulting. So let's... we're bringing all of the food, right? Like, oh, because yeah, it says that because of our food settings, right? All right, we're gonna send it. Yes, confirm. And if we have to, we'll change food settings. You can change food settings on the road, right? Of course they want to go through the mechs. They want to go down there. You just draw this so we can micro their dumbasses to get off the map. This is what I'm saying, like... I don't know how the game is programmed, but I would not be surprised if it's designed to kill your colonists by, like, forcing them to always go through a threat. It just happens so often, I can't believe that it's not an intentional game mechanic. Well, cheers, everybody. This might be the end of this this run. How do we see their hunger again? There we go. I got this. Thanks for your vote of confidence. I appreciate that. I'm going to let all their food get down pretty low, and then I'm going to switch everybody back to... Of course, they're just sleeping. Of course, they're just sleeping. Hang on, I'll check chat in just a second. Don't eat the yellow snow. You listening to Frank Zappa? Oh, this is gonna be something, huh? This is really gonna be something. Who? Frank Zappa does the song "Don't Eat the Yellow Snow." Not a huge Zappa fan, but I do like the work that he inspired. All right, before they get here, let's have them grab one more meal. I have no confidence in this. God, my gut hurts right now. My gut hurts. There is no part of me that believes this is going to go well. Oh, wow. We've only got one dude. Hell yeah. Okay, well, here's the problem with that. We came for food, so this is kind of a mixed bag here, right? We've got 17 pemmican, one guy, a snow hare, and some deer, and a bear that might be problematic. What about under a sign? Oh, didn't realize. Okay. Um... We don't have much time either. Like, they'll become hostile if we stay, and then we'll have 10 hours to, so we kind of need to do a little bit of hunting on their map first. Then we need to kill the dude. If we can hack the terminal, awesome, but... Okay, pain shock. Yep. Hunt the deers first. Yep, absolutely. I mean, we might need to hunt the bear as well. Like, as much as I don't want to deal with the possibility of the bear coming at us, that's a lot of food that we don't have access to otherwise. And then once you kill this guy, rip up all the sandbags. That's a good point right there. I think we got to get the bear too. Like, we got to get the most out of this place, right? It's risky, but I don't really see any other option here. Let's make sure we stay at max distance, though, because he's going to go Manhunter. Also, what kind of... We got normal, 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 granite, wood, sandstone. Oh, God, I don't even know. I don't think the cloth's actually worth ripping up. I think the time it would take us to do that outweighs the benefit, quite honestly. We'll get some textiles out of these animals. Who has the mind numb serums? Any chance he's bleeding out? Not anytime soon. He's stunned. How is everybody's needs? To what end, though, Sparta? To what end? The bear fur is going to make better clothing as far as warmth. Same thing with the... I don't think the cloth is actually, like, super useful. I'd prefer to bring the corpses back and use the table. We lose a lot of meat if we use a butcher spot. We lose a lot of meat. Let's go say hi to Babe. Baseliner, great memory kind. I don't know. We're gonna see. Hey, bud. Of course. Of course, Killer took a hit. Okay, so let's say we formed a caravan, right? Yeah, no, we can't. You're right. We're gonna have to butcher. So Might as well have Julie help. Oh, Julie can't help. Well, we'll have Barb help. Anybody need sleep? That's the question. Also, the cloth for any potential clothing or flat gear, but you are right in terms of warm clothing gear. Warm clothing gear, and then if the cloth comes on map and we don't immediately turning it into something useful, it's additional wealth we don't need, is kind of where I'm at. We've got normal beds. We could, in theory, take beds with us. We could also deconstruct the wooden dining chairs for wood. We could deconstruct anything here for materials, right? There's a lot of materials, including steel. But I'm not even sure. I think we might have a situation where campfires, we'd have to deconstruct them and it would just get us a little bit of wood. So oh yeah, we're butchering. I just I want to make sure Killer gets healed. I don't think Killer can actually butcher. No, Killer and Julie can't butcher. But what we can have is Julie can go and punch this thing to death. This looks like the warmest Alaskan neighborhood. Neat. Frosted, this isn't even our map. We had to go and raid a map just to get food for our colony. So we're over here butchering stuff to grab food and textiles. Tom, no, you don't need to sleep. You need to just stay awake and butcher animals. We are legitimately just butchering everything. We came on map, shot the animals, killed the person guarding the thing. In theory, you know what, Killer, could you hack the ancient terminal? Does that work? Alright, we hacked the terminal while we were here, too. So your run is basically the Megamind meme with no animal wandering events? Shit, I don't know the meme well enough. Okay, we killed everything. Let's put everything in a zone. Like, literally, like, we can just do that. Hit play for a half a second. Is there anything else we need here? I'd love to take materials, but honestly, like, I don't want to risk spending any more time here. So yep, don't know it well enough for that to even mean anything. What else can we bring? Tainted. Is there anything else we want to bring back with us? I'd almost say we should just bring some slag chunks. But that really knocks down our movement speed. Yeah, as much as I would like to grab some other stuff over here, like even like the bed's made of marble, bed's made of granite, so that's going to have low comfort. It's basically a blue-haired dude looking inquiringly through an apartment porthole. Okay, yeah, I mean, I know who Megamind is. I've never actually watched that movie, I don't think. Maybe I have. But I just didn't know the meme off the top of my head. Synth thread bedroll. Are we bringing that? You know what? We'll bring back a synth thread bedroll. Somebody can sleep in that on the way home. Okay. I think that's good, right? Alright, let's do it. We got everybody, right? Everybody got all the items except a bunch of slag and nonsense. We brought the Slate Club in case we had to melee block. Really should have just gotten in closer, because, I feel bad the killer took a hit on that, but it is what it is. Okay, so they're headed home. Alright, you said under a sign. Oh, no shit, we can do that. So let's go to everything. Pause it again. And let's let them go. What's this quest? 73-year-old mail carrier. No. Why is everybody freaking old? Yeah, it might even do until we might even be able to swap the Nutrifungus out for rice, depending on how the light is doing when we get home. Where did the little boy go after he got lost in the minefield? That is, I don't know. Where did he go? Everywhere. Excellent. Alright, our next problem. If we come on map next to the Mech cluster, which is almost guaranteed the way this game works, we're hosed. So, we gotta... Alright. I'm assuming the storyteller... Yeah, the storyteller's Randy. If it was Cass, we could game the AI a little bit more, and like I wouldn't be as worried about food getting sent to our door. Like, if we were playing against Cass, we could have like just bunkered down and waited for our next like raid, and we would have probably been able to get away with like just chilling at base. But because it's Randy, we had to be proactive and go out. All right, we're getting closer. I'm putting this down to a 1. It's going to take them forever to get on the tile. Look where we came in, guys. Look where we came in. Every fucking time. And we really just gotta run. Jesus, they take as long to travel as Congress does something. Guess what? This is really gonna be game over. Tom is down. Our original colonist is down. A bunch of our food is down with him. Ugh. Should have dealt with the mech cluster before. We could have probably smoke launched or EMP'd. I can't even with this fucking playthrough. I can't even. What am I gonna do? How am I gonna get him? I wish you could control them. Can't even get in range though, Sparta. This thing goes all the way out to here. Low shield is like that big. Like, we can't do it. Like, legitimately just can't do it. If he can get up here, who has the low shield? Actually, hang on. Barb. Drop the low shield. Actually, he might not even be running fast enough. 3.4. 3.2. 4.6. Okay, so Julie's actually the fastest. Why would you leave the mind-numb serum out there? Why? Why would you put the packaged survival meal in the door? You worthless sacks of shit. Fucking aggravating. Fine, put Tom in the Rimworld. Yeah, Tom's dead. 4 hours, that far deep in. Alright, let's say we were to low shield pack. It doesn't even show the goddamn radius. I am so done with this playthrough. Why would you put a bed in the fucking doorway? Why? Ugh. Okay. Is the day over yet? Tom's our cook as well. By the way. Tom's our cook. Well, looks like Barb's gonna be cooking. Made a blue, green, red, white deck. So no black. God, this fucking playthrough. So fucking cursed. I can't save him, Sparta. There is no saving him. There is no way to do that. If we want the run to continue, Tom dies. That's it. There's There's no other way to do it. The worst part about this is we lose the charge rifle, quite honestly. Like, I don't want to lose Tom. Plus, there's like 42 meat, 52 pemmican, but Tom has exactly 1 hour to live. There is no getting him. Even if there were no mechs and this was just open, the time it would take to walk over to him now, he would be dead. There is no rescuing Tom. There's no chance of it. That's just not. If we're doing a themed run where we lose the run if Tom dies, then yeah, we go and try to save Tom. But if we're doing a run where we're just trying to win Ice Sheet, going to save Tom ends the whole game. So can't do anything with him where he is. Legitimately can't do anything with him where he is. I guess Barb's gonna have to cook. Welcome back to food poisoning time. Hi, Miss. How are you doing? We had to do an emergency run to go get food from from the village, and our first colonist just died because, of course, Randy brought us back on map next to the mech cluster. Of all the space on the map, Randy was like, "You have to come in here," which we knew was going to happen, but probably should have tried to deal with the mech cluster first, like smoke launched and then EMP'd, but that was just I don't know. Hindsight, and all that. That feels bad. Life is crazy, but sad day for Tom. Yep, sad day for Tom. Even sadder day for the rifle that he lost. Also, everybody's gonna have a mood break because of it. Because we can't bury him. And it's cold enough outside that he's going to stay frozen and unburied over there indefinitely. Maybe. Maybe we could resurrect him eventually. If we could get him into a sarcophagus and keep him frozen long enough, that would be Oh, you're not considered in zone because I don't have a zone there. Excellent. Stockpile zone right there. Is it not cold enough to freeze him, so maybe a res mech? I mean, it's cold enough to freeze him. He's going to stay frozen. It's just a matter of, will he stay frozen? We're going into spring. And in summer, it does go above freezing out here, which is why we have a cooler over here in case we need to use it. Yeah. And currently, we're growing Nutrifungus in the dark because we don't have enough light to sustain. So everybody's going to have a colonist left unburied debuff because we're not going to be able to even get over there to bury him. Barb has a mind numb serum going, but my fiance Tom died -18 for 30 days. My friend Tom died -10. Awful barracks. No wayfinder because Tom was our wayfinder. Can't really make anybody else a wayfinder because that expectation will fuck us. Sleeping alone because you're not assigned to the proper bed. This should be Julie and Killer. Can the bolt action reach the mech? No, it cannot. A sniper rifle doesn't even outrange the charge turret. So, and even if we could outrange it, that still aggroes the mechs. So, we could smoke launcher. Oh god, that legitimately smoke launcher to get the corpse to get rid of the debuff might be what we have to do. Shit. Alright, who has best possible mood here? It really is Barb from the Mind Numb, right? 16 seconds of Mind Numb, so that's going to go away quick. Okay, so what are the odds that anybody else here can go out and deal with it? My friend died, no Wayfinder, so Killer is our best candidate. I mean, we gotta try and deal with this. Visitors getting shot at. Wonderful. Why couldn't it miss us like that? Why couldn't it miss us like that? I swear to God, if he aggroes those mechs to our colony... Why did I choose to do this playthrough? Yeah, if you would have stayed alive a little bit longer, would have been a nice distraction, but... Yeah, gonna do that part, Sparta. Same page. Can't pick him up. No, you can't... I'm getting there. I'm getting there. You need a zone for him to haul. Human-like corpses. And then... We'll never do hauling. Motherfucker. And Killer's got an infection now. I almost had him eat the corpse. Smoke, Sparta, smoke. I'm sending Barb out right now to do it. Although, actually, no. You need to tend killer. God damn it. This run is so fucking cursed. Could have tended the gunshot without the medicine and just tended the infection with the medicine, but no, of course he prioritizes the medicine. It's, this is just an absolute joke. She's gonna break going out there too. Last Mind Numb Serum. We're gonna have her use the Mind Numb Serum, and we're gonna have her go and haul Tom's corpse. Wish you could see that smoke a little better. There's going to be a gap there, so let's put that there. Stockpile zone right there. God, I am so out of my mind right now. Okay. Couple of things. Butchers. Doesn't matter. I'm not putting it together. I'm just over it at this point. I'm not gonna try and keep him alive. I've done that with pawns and other runs. And I've had 3-4 people in a colony before. Okay, let me see if I can do something real quick. I think we can game the AI a little bit with a colony. Okay. This is the most cursed playthrough I've ever done. Okay. Now, because I know mood breaks are going to happen, and bioferret is the least useful of the materials we have here, we're going to wall everybody in with bioferret walls. Because if any of them mood break and leave, we're going to end up in a bad situation. We're going to have a bad time. Alright, so we're walled in. This is the stupidest. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm doing this. Shit, actually we shouldn't... I should have her go over there and get that charge rifle doing the same thing, right? Fuck me running. Yeah. Okay, that was a bad call. Wait, do you need food? You need food. The charge rifle, we could grab the meat over there. Same, so freaking all of that stuff. How's your health, by the way? 21. Okay. Of all the mods that I miss quality of life wise, don't block door is at the top of the fucking list. Like, legitimately just moved it into the doorway. For what reason? For what reason? Actually, I don't know that we can get in close enough with the mechs there. They might aggro to us. I can't even set planning on the edge of the map. Okay, game. I have consumed food. We have consumed our friend. And I fucked up. Don't get hit, don't get... Oh, son of a bitch. Because that one has more range in that direction. I am so done right now. Oh, fuck, man. All to go and get the charge lance. Or the charge rifle. Which I'm not... I don't think I'm even going to be able to get at this point. This is... Making mistakes. Playing sloppy. Like, she was already... Not as long as I'd like, is the answer to that. We got to keep an eye on these mechs. The moment they get aggro. Alright, I'm going to let her hit the same spot because there's a little gap, but it should propagate outwards. Oh, wait. Can get all the way down here. Okay, now caravan trick. And some of the smoke is already fading, so... Probably don't need to, but I'm going to do it one more time. We're going to move forward. Cancel forming caravan. Wasted a little bioferret. Still need to block in the door, because I am not going to let these guys freaking go out and screw everything up. Unfortunately, that means we're going to have to build it either out of steel or granite. I guess we make it out of granite. Ugh. Thank you, miss. Thank you very much. Still not optimistic about this, but... Okay. Colony is alive. I'd like to get that meat out of there, so let's do a little bit more zone micromanaging. Well, Tom, you will be missed. Um, Gah. One less mouth to feed. I don't I don't know why I'm still doing this playthrough. I don't. Just because like at this point like we have to, right? Like we started it until we actually get everybody killed or win, like we have to, right? Fingers. Excellent, good, excellent. All right, my fiance died -18. Low psychic drone -12. My friend died -10. My hungry -6. Right, so we're gonna have to get you food. No wayfinder. Dull barracks. Unsightly environment. Colonist died. Barb over here is on mind numb, but she's not going to be in any type of better situation. Killer over here. My friend died. Hungry. No wayfinder. Minor pain. Dull barracks. Sick. Unsightly. Colonist died. Um, honestly, don't rightly know how we're getting through this nonsense. Let's get you consuming pemmican. I was going to have her cook, but I guess we kind of don't actually need her to cook. Jesus Christ. Actually, no, don't eat the pemmican. Eat the meal. Yeah, recreation and sleep. The only reason I'm not overly worried about it with Barb is we've got a day of mind numb serum on her, so she'll sort herself out. I guess, yeah, I guess everybody's just on recreation and sleep forever. At least Julie's going to get some lovin' right now. That might help. Can we afford another shelf? We might have to put down another shelf, but it's in a room, so it's not going to deteriorate, and it's frozen, so I'm not overly worried about putting it on another shelf. We have a book. Meanwhile, Killer's got inspired trade. I do so love the books they added to an already robust recreation pool. I do too, Asiaka. If that's how you say your name, let me know. Asiaka? Asiaka? The books are fantastic at, especially the fact that you can get research from schematics and stuff. It's the mood debuff for the dirty living space I was worried about. Oh, right, right, right. True. Very true. We might want to do that. Even if we just put a shelf inside and just throw some of that stuff on it. Yeah. Okay, what if we uninstall the butcher table? For now. If it goes in the doorway, I'm going to scream. Okay. Julie, I don't know what you're hauling, but goddamn it, stop. Psychic drone is ending. Okay. Okay, what do we have her haul out there? I guess we have her haul out this thing, right? Building do not deteriorate outside, so the sleeping bag could go outside too. Yeah. This isn't technically outside. We have a door that we're holding open so that we don't have to use power to keep this place frozen. It's 20 for a double shelf. We do need a double shelf. We don't have anything really except steel to make it out of, so we're going to have to make a steel double shelf. Where do we want to put that? I mean, I guess for now that can go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 2 guns that need to be smelted down. Oh my god. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no way to do this. Yeah, where the stone cutter is. Oh, right out here? Wait, buildings don't deteriorate outside, so I could... Okay, cool. Didn't know that. Thank you, miss. Appreciate that. No, please, God, fucking, I can't. I know I allowed all, but, like, seriously, in the time. Okay. Okay. Oh, cool. Did not know that. Thank you so much for that one, miss. Appreciate that. It's awesome. I use that all the time. I just allow buildings in my outside stockpiles. That's a great idea. Thank you. Did you say the bedroll could go outside as well? Huh. Nice. Unless they changed things, I could always be wrong. It is the realm of possibility. Yeah, it looks like it's good. Mediocre. At least it's not dull. I think we'll have to get rid of that mech cluster. I've thought it through, and that fucking thing literally has us in checkmate. Yeah, Sparta. We lost one of our gunners, and everybody's going to be mood-breaking. I literally walled ourselves inside of our colony. There's really nothing we can do with it. Probably would have been a good idea to try and sort it before we left, but even then it would have been difficult, because we would have had to smoke launcher crawl close enough that we could actually aggro it, and then we would have a shooting debuff. It would have been probably the better play. So totally, like, that fucked us up. Yeah, I would vote for a trading caravan to kill it as well, except I don't think we can actually get trading caravans until it gets a little bit warmer out. I don't think they'll spawn during certain negative temperatures, and they will definitely try to leave map if it's not a good temperature. So, yeah, I'd love if trade caravan took it out. Especially if they killed it, but most of them got downed, and, like, we wound up with a bunch of good stuff. Trade caravan comes on map. Fucks with the mech cluster. The Muffalo get killed, so all the items get dropped. The guy who does the trades stays alive. Mech cluster's gone. We go to trade with them. We sell them back all of their stuff that dropped on the floor. Medical emergency. What's going on? Killer. Do you have an... Is it infection? Shit. Right. Should have been micromanaging the infection. No, not enough rep to call in allies. If we hadn't walked on map over at that mech cluster, or if I'd have had the foresight to deal with it ahead of time, we might be okay. Is Killer even going to catch this now? Alright, Killer's ahead of the... Well, almost ahead of the infection. Foresight is a thing. Maybe. Maybe. Just so you know, if I come back and I need updates, will do. Sad Wander on Killer. Alright. Oh, yeah, malnutrition because I didn't feed him. I am fucking everything up, guys. I think in my spirit here, I've given up. Like, my spirits are really broken. If I assign Killer to default, will he eat on his mood break? Oh, he will. He did. Okay. Okay, excellent. God, I don't even know. I don't even know how this run is still going. Drop the... Guess where he dropped the assault rifle, everybody? In the doorway. Oh, get fucked, Randy. Frail, bad back, bite, scar. I mean, at least they're beat up, right? What is that? 6 of them? I think they'll aggro to the mech cluster. Yeah. I think they'll aggro to the mech cluster. We are going to have to risk deconstructing this stuff, though, because... Oh, look at the wealth this guy dumped on map. Oh, and a jetpack. God, I hope we can get over there. This guy seems to be aggroed to the colony. Yep, enemies, but at least they're mostly attacking the mech cluster. All right, so broke that bit. How did this catch on fire? Oh, scorchers, right. Are they okay? So they are regrouping for the mechs. Yeah, I think that's going to go the other way, actually, miss. Alright, they killed the Miltor. Scorchers are injured. Right? Yeah. Down a colonist, but still up like over 1,500 in wealth because of all this stuff that's getting dumped on the map. I mean, here's a little bit more food. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, it's not really the turrets I'm worried about. We can always smoke launch or crawl to the turrets. The thing I'm concerned about is my lack of sleep. The thing I'm concerned about is these scorchers. They're a nightmare. What, the mechs? No, the mechs don't heal over time. The mechs stay damaged. How much human leather do I got? That's a good question. 97. Oh my god. Where is Killer? Relaxing socially. Wonderful. Alright, so Killer's got the charge rifle. Julie's got the bolt. Barb's got the masterwork nerve spiker. We've got Nutrifungus that they're going to hate eating. We don't have light back yet. Tom is dead. This is nonsense. Sparta. Sandbags are going to do us nothing. Like, the Scorchers are the problem. And Robin laid an egg. Like, Scorchers don't care about sandbags. They just set things on fire, and anything that's not made out of Devil Strand is going to catch fire. We could smoke launcher crawl and try and get close enough for Julie to take off a couple of pops with her bolty. Problem is Julie is going to break. Like, she has a fiance that died, so it's just not... There's just no way to do this without losing more people. I mean, I might try to do that. If we can keep our mood up good enough, I might try to get Julie in zone, because the Scorchers don't really have a big... you know, they don't really have a big situation. We could theoretically hook up... we could give Barb the smoke launcher, and then give Killer the EMP, maybe? They tend to leash back to their cluster, so we might be able to deal with them that way, but if we're shooting out of smoke, our accuracy is dropped down a bit. Are you capable of staying okay? You had a catharsis, so you're doing good. Consume a simple meal. Give a way to get rid of the turrets zone so you can move more freely. Here's the thing. This officially doesn't matter. The main reason this was a problem is because of going off of map. And because we had short food, right? So we have plenty of food at the moment. Right? Like, let's take a look at this. We got... No, the meals, not her. We've got 4 simple meals. She's cooking down more. We've got 171 elk meat, 27 human meat, 12 hare meat, and I think we have packaged survival meals. Did everybody drop off their packaged survival meals or no? No, we ate through those on our trip. We realistically have a pretty decent amount of food, and we have that corpse in here we can chop up for some more human meat. I'd love to be able to chop up all of these corpses, you know, like our guest, this guy. I mean, that's the main reason I'd want to get this done, is that there's like, you know, there's 3 corpses in there, plus all of this food over here, simple meals, packaged survival meals, and a jump pack. I don't know, we might just want to try and take this. If we could get a jump pack on somebody and we could get some of this stuff in, that would be fantastic. What do we got? 545. I think if we're going to take a crack at it, we kind of have to take a crack at it right now. I mean, her mood is going down, but it does. Yeah, you get 5 uses before you have to refuel it. So, still a good get out of jail free card for at least 5. You know, if Tom had a jump pack, he could have jumped out of the way of the turrets. Yeah, which we don't have. But even so, like, this is a lot of wealth just sitting here that we could either trade off or dump. Plus, like, there's stuff to smelt down. Like, there's a lot of juicy resources out here. Um, Killer's doing good. Is there a way we can augment Julie's mood just a little bit? Because I think we send Killer and Julie over there to try and deal with this. I think we could kill the Scorchers. $37 tiles. 45. So we'd have to get about that far into the circle. So we'd have to get to about here before we could hit things. I kind of think we gotta try this. A couple of reasons. The main one being that Nether is awake right now. If I try to deal with this when we come in, because it's just, there's so much out there. There's so much out there. I mean, is that greed, though? Is that greed or good planning? Because right now everything is frozen. But we're into spring. I mean, all of Tom's old clothes are tainted. The outer cluster. Well, the thing is you guys saw how much this helped with that raid, right? Do we need to destroy this? Because if it wasn't for this cluster, that raid was the end of our colony. But then there's a bunch of resources out there that we could get, you know? It might be too greed. The raids will just keep coming. I think you will know when the time is right. It's part of your farm now. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just leave it there. Yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. Then the question comes into play, do we wall ourselves back in to get away from mood breaks? The only reason Killer's not breaking is because he's got a catharsis, which is going to last 2.5 days. We don't have to think about him too much. Julie is barely holding on. And she's going to be barely holding on for quite some time. Can you smoke your way in and just put on the jump pack then? That might... If you get close enough, the Scorchers attack. So if we were to try and get rid of this thing right now, the strategy would be to smoke launch into about here and try and pick off the Scorchers and keep the smoke going so that if the Scorchers tried to run towards us and aggro, we could run back out of the turret range and back into our base. And then they should, as soon as they lose line of sight on us through the door, they should yo-yo back. So in theory, we could do like a little back and forth kiting and kill the Scorchers. At that point, we could smoke launch in here and either destroy the turrets, or smoke launch in here, caravan trick, grab everybody, load them up. You know, like, there's a lot of things we could do with it, but I think as far as dealing with raids, it's better to leave the Scorchers up. You know, they burned the shit out of these things. And I'm not sure if raids will aggro to the turrets themselves or if the Scorchers make better targets. So, yeah, I think all in all, it is probably a little on the greedy side. I mean, that incinerator right there is nice because any flesh raids, any humanoid raids, that incinerator would help us a lot, because setting people on fire so they can't focus you is definitely a helpful tool in a situation like this. The other thing is, we were like hard up for food, so we planted Nutrifungus down. Nobody's going to like eating this Nutrifungus. Like, that's another mood debuff. I forget what the mood debuff on it is, but we're going to have a mood debuff because of that. And we don't have a wayfinder right now. Oh, Jesus. Optimus Jogger Cannibal. Killer's our best bet for a wayfinder. Because we can't afford the light to grow rice, Asiak. Is the tech religion the only way to like fungus? There's you could go into Tunneler. We might add Tunneler as our third meme, because it would get rid of our trapped indoors shit, I believe, and they would like fungus, which would make it a lot easier to live off of. So as soon as we get one more point of reform, which will be in like 15 days? 8 days. In 8 days, we can start doing more festivals. If we get another point of reform, yeah, Tunneler is a great meme. If we get another point of reform soon enough, I think we go Tunneler. That way we can eat the Nutrifungus, which negates our need for light in here. They won't be upset about darkness. They won't. The Nutrifungus will grow. I think as far as our power consumption requirements, it's good. We could always switch out of it later, but our people are getting pissed about being cabin fever. Our people aren't going to like eating the Nutrifungus, so... Marksman command. She's giving them improved shooting. We popped the marksman command when we were dealing with the last raid. We shot the guy to death that was over here because he wasn't aggroing to the mechs for some reason. God, the fact that those fucking scorchers are there, that incinerator and the jump pack is pissing me off. So I'm with you, Sparta. Sparta, I am with you. Like, in theory, we could unequip someone, give somebody else the smoke launcher, crawl out, and literally equip it, and then run away. Not to mention the fact that there's a barrel there. That barrel is a mortar. You know, if we could just get a little bit of chem fuel and a little bit of the steel on map, I mean, if we cleaned up this whole thing, brought in everything that was out here, and then made a mortar and temporarily put down some sort of biofuel refinement, we could theoretically get to the point where we could have mortar shells. Shooting specialist, miss. In Supremacy, you can get a shooting specialist. So they lose the ability to do a lot of work, but they get the marksman command, which is a boost. So if we look over at Julie, she can't do any of these dash things because of her shooting. Actually, I think medical and social she couldn't do already. I'm pretty sure they can continue doing medical, social, and intellectual as shooting specialist, but she came to us without those. So they lose the ability to do crafting, plants, cooking, mining, and construction, but they gain the marksman command. Call out shots and boost the shooting skills of everyone nearby. The effect remains attached to the caster for 24 hours. Casting time 0.5. Effect duration 1 day. Effect radius, and I forget what the boost is on it. Anyway, if you click on Julie, see, that's the aura. So if they're within that circle while the shooting, while the marksman command is up, they get a dramatic increase to their accuracy. Oh, you think that it's worth it? Well, you're using it so properly. Yeah. So the two things that I always like to go in for my ideology: supremacist and human primacy. Supremacist gets you the shooting specialist, don't care about corpses, and you can always throw down skull spikes for a little bit of a mood boost, which honestly we should probably do. It's just I haven't wanted to spend the materials for a skull spike. Then the production specialist is from human primacy or primacy, however it is, the only way to get it. And this increases construction speed and general labor speed by 50% and gives a +1 to any quality. So if your crafter is a production specialist and they're going to make a normal gun, that gun will automatically be a good gun. If they're going to make a good gun, it'll automatically become an excellent gun. Excellent becomes masterwork, masterwork becomes legendary. So whatever quality they'd be producing out, it comes out one higher for the production specialist. Yeah. So the easiest way to get masterwork and legendary weapons, other than assigning them as relics and then going out and finding them, which is difficult in and of itself, is to get yourself a production specialist. So having a production specialist and a shooting specialist on your team is a huge boost to any ideology. So that's why I go with these two. Plus, with human primacy, they can't bond to animals. So if you wind up with animals, you can use the animals as meat shield. And if they get killed in combat, nobody will be bonded to them, so nobody will care. It's why I advise people against naming animals with the point redemptions in this game. Naming animals is better kept for things like Rimworld, and we do allow people to name geysers and volcanoes in Oxygen Not Included with the animal redemption, since you can't name them in that one. But I think going into Tunneler would be the way. They can't bond at all once you have human primacy. Like, it's not allowed by the ideology, so they will never bond to an animal. They can still use their animal ability to train them. They can have them follow them and be the, you can have a master who they follow and do combat with. You just never bond with them. Yeah, so a bonded animal, if you're in a playthrough where you can keep the bonded animal alive, they can provide a nice little mood buff, because the person they bond to will get a mood increase because the animal is bonded to them and it snuggles them, etc., etc. But if that animal dies, it's a huge mood debuff. So for me, I'm not a big animals player when I'm min-maxing a playthrough. So in general, I go into human primacy, however you say it. I know what you're thinking, Sparta. It's not enough to outrange the turret. And if you guys are wondering why I'm still researching stuff, Killer has a passion for researching. So as long as we keep Killer researching, he's going to get a mood bonus from loving his work. Burning passion for my work, +14. I am a middling animals player, and I think the mood buffs from pets are often worth it, but not without trade. Yeah, I'm a drug player, Asiak. Any playthrough where I have access to growing zones, I almost immediately go into drugs. Fun fact, animals that are bonded can also break when their humans die. Did not know that. No, but I have another reason. Just as those humans can break when their animals die. That's crazy. I didn't know animals could break too. I guess I really don't go into animals too much. I actually did a peaceful run on Rimworld and posted the time-lapse of it. It was an off-camera playthrough that I wanted to have some fun, engage with the story, and just, like, chill. Because I wanted to play Rimworld, but I didn't want to have an off-camera stressful playthrough and an on-camera stressful playthrough. And I had a lot of animals in that. And I learned a few things in that. That's actually the playthrough where I learned that combat suppliers will buy a sash. So if you're hard up for money and you don't have access to bulk goods traders or to be able to send out traders, like if you're in this situation, making sashes as our backup is actually one of the better things we can do, because the combat suppliers as well as bulk goods will actually buy them. Speaking of sashes and other gear, is there anything we can queue up? Your sash is at 55%, but we've got a spare. There's a parka there, but we've got a spare. What are you dealing with over here? Same situation. Cloth face mask, we got a spare on that. Just as a... Oh, and there's a Nightbot if anybody wants to come over and if anybody wants to come join us on the Discord or check out my YouTube, there it is right up there. Yeah. So anyway, we're at the 6-hour mark. We got home with food but lost Tom. I don't know. I think all in all, I think it was worth it. Yes, we lost an important colonist. Yes, it kind of sucks to have all these mood debuffs, but three of our people having to manage mood but continuing the colony, I think, is well worth it in exchange for Tom's life, because if we hadn't gone and done that run, we would have starved to death. We didn't have enough food to even get through to when that raid came in. Like, if we had, like, 3 or 4 days of food and we did what we did, I'd have been pissed at myself, because the raid would have gotten there in time, and then we could have eaten the raiders. We would have, we would have gone and cleared the mech cluster, grabbed all the stuff, picked up the corpses for eating, for food. So our colony, but we didn't. Like, literally, we would have been starving to death by the time that Itakeen raid came in. So all in all, it sucks to have lost Tom, but at the end of the day, better to lose one colonist than the entire run. They are pawns, after all. We're using them to get to end credits. So I think we're just gonna call it here for the day, because I think I'm just gonna make more mistakes, and I'm pretty hungry, so I want to go get some food. I'll check that real quick for you. I'm pretty sure it's normal. Yeah, normal Bolty, and she kicks ass with it. But what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna look to see who's online, see if we can raid out to a fellow Rimworlder. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing some Oxygen Not Included. Wednesday, we'll be back doing this run. So for those of you who just come for the Rimworld, that'll be Wednesday, noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time. For reference, right now it is 6 p.m. my time. So, a day and 18 hours from now. But let's see who's on Twitch. I like to try and share the love, raid out to people. Who else is on? I mean, Warren's on again. We raid Warren a lot, but I like Warren. He's a good dude. Yeah, let's go raid over to Warren. Warren 333. I think he started a new colony the last time we raided in. Yeah, for sure, Sparta. So we're going to raid over to Warren 333. He's got his starting soon screen up. He'll be in just a second here. So this is usually happens. He usually starts right about the time we're ending. So while we're wrapping up here, guys, I'll hit raid as soon as he goes live here in a second. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Oxygen Not Included. I'm not sure when the DLC preview releases. If it's tomorrow, I'll get that installed. We'll mess around with that tomorrow. If not, we'll do the colony we've been working on. So Tuesday, Thursday is Ani. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Rimworld. So back on Rimworld Wednesday and Friday. And then on Saturday, we'll probably be doing more on Hollow Knight. At least that's the plan. We did Minecraft server stuff on this past Saturday, but I want to get back to our Hollow Knight playthrough. And it says he's got 30 seconds to go, but let's just go over and pre-raid. Let's hang around and give Warren some love. But I gotta get over there, get the raid in, and go get me some food. If you guys see me in Discord later, feel free to come and say hi, hang out. I'll be playing some games, maybe watching some YouTube videos. But it's been a great day, a lot of action, a lot of fun. I'll see everybody tomorrow for some Ani. Take care, everyone, and be well.